Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, March the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help me. Thank you, guys. Okay, first, let's talk a little bit about the trade of the week. There is a trade of the week this week. Last week, it was just cash. So this week, Steve had come up with one Newmont, NEM gold play. I guess gold's hitting, $2,000 now. So NEM is the trade of the week. Suggested entry is 48.70. So again, how you trade these is completely up to you. 48.70. So I can see right there, 48.42 is the 200-day moving average. Should get above that, of course, and that's why 48.70 is a something to take a look at. 48.69, I think. Yeah, 48.69 was the high on Friday. So again, how you trade it will be completely up to you, but there is the trade of the week, NEM, gold play. And of course, the banks are still in huge play right now. So let's take a look at NYCB. NYCB. Big float, 666 million in the float. So to be up 30% is, I don't want to say astonishing anymore, but that is a massive move. And of course, the reason being is that they are buying Signature Bank, and Wedbush has put an $11 price target on them. So that is NYCB. And one other, well, I'm not going to go over every single bank, but I mean, FRC again is focal point right now. FRC. This is now below. This is the worst day of 1753. So this is the worst day when it all happened. 1753. This is what, 5 days ago. So it's getting close to that level. I'm going to stick an alert down there just in case it takes that out later on. INM, now not a bank. So again, I'm not really going to talk too much about all the individual banks. There's just, so many out there. WAL, I have thumbnail WAL, FRC. Those two are thumbnail. And of course, KRE, the ETF. And somebody actually mentioned another ETF, a three-timer, DPST. Is it DPST? DPST, three-time EPF. So you want to get a little more risky here, and you think the regional banks are going to have a bit of a surge, then DPST. INM. They're up because I don't know. I'm just again, I'm looking at a headline, bunch of headlines. I do not see. Okay, so this is a cannabis play. I guess let's take a look at MSOS. It sounds like cannabis is on fire. So maybe INM has a specific news. Some specific news about it. I just can't see it. That's a lot of volume. 2.8 million, up 36%. No, I'm sorry, I just do not see it. Not today. I see something from the 13th, but I do not see anything specific to INM today. Just we've got something here. ARTX. Now this is something I can take a look at. KRPX. Big gap up for this one. More expensive stock. Look at this, guys. I mean, this is not it's not an all-time high, but look on the daily chart, taking everything out. Of course, it's not an all-time high. We have some weekly Price is right up here around 235 and up here at 281. However, this is a schizophrenia drug meets primary endpoint in clinical trial. And what phase was that? Phase three. Wow, phase three. So this is pretty impressive. Hence the pop. Very low float. 28 million shares in the float for a $210 stock. Very low. CNTB. CNTB. Yeah, I mean, I'm mentioning it. I mean, it's up 10%, lots of volume, China stock. I'm mentioning it, but when I look at the daily, I just don't like it. But hey, who knows? Maybe if it's going to have to really get going. A lot of volume is going to have to pour in. I don't see too much today, to be honest, other than the banks. The market's in for a modest open, modest positive open. I really don't see too much. RSLS, when I first saw it, the volume was, was about 40,000. So it's starting to pick up a little bit here. RSLS, again, I don't see any specific news on it. Now, the crypto plays are on fire. I mentioned, if you don't want to play an individual stock, and you don't mind something that's certainly, well, I call it more conservative because you're probably not going to get the big moves. But look at BITO. I mentioned this on Friday, guys. So, I mean, if you're a believer in crypto, BITO still has that gap. 1976 is the next high looking left, so it's over $2 away. Did some guy make a crazy bet that I saw that crypto is going to be $1 million in 90 days? Foot Locker. Now so Foot Locker is actually earnings right now. I know it was earnings Monday. I thought it might have been after hours. No, you're right. Foot Locker. Yeah, FL. So yeah, so there are very few earnings plays, which is actually not a bad thing sometimes because it gets people those of us who for those people who like to concentrate on earnings plays, there's just less stocks to follow. So yeah, FL. Morning, Mike C. and anybody else in our YouTubers. Mike C. and the YouTubers sounds like a good rock group. Um, FL, yeah. Let me just do a quick look to see. There's Foot Locker right there. There's that 0.25. Let me check another one. NIU is an earnings play. NIU, cheap one. NIU is an earnings play. Doesn't look too exciting though. So anything it says 0.75 means they release after hours today. PDD, that's why it was moving down. So PDD is also an earnings play. PDD earnings play. It's a pretty big gap down for it with that float, 1.25 billion in the float. That's a big gap down. Yeah, so PDD is also an earnings play. Those are on the downside. Let's take a look at anything on the upside. Now look at Foot Locker is the only one making it in. Again, anything that says minus 0.25, very rare. That would mean they would have had to have released after hours on Friday. Very rare that happens. 0.25 means they released pre-market. So I can only the only one I see is Foot Locker on the upside. Invo is I'm hearing it. Look at that nonsense. Pops up to 117, right back down to 86 cents. INVO. Soup Soup. Good morning from our YouTube room. Grade 910. I doubt if I'm going to see my upgrades and downgrades this morning. Briefing.com is just delivering them just a little bit later. Used to be like clockwork at 9:10. Nope. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll take a look at the sectors from our toolbar. Click on New and then Dock Channel Bar, and then click on the Show More, and then get down to my sector status. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. When you see 84% in green, that means that 84% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. That's what 84% means. And so you can see actually every sector is above 50%. Every single sector. Yes, every sector is above 50% as we speak. Remember, the markets got pretty well smacked on Friday. So the only imbalance that we have is at the end of the day, Soup Soup, okay? I'm just going to quickly answer a question. The only imbalance we have, right click, configure, search, and if you click in imbalance, I think it's just New York. Yeah, New York, and that's at the end of the day. New York buy imbalance, New York sell imbalance. That's at the end of the day. So now, as I always like to do, let's take a look at these sectors with respect to their 200-day moving averages and see what's happening. So there's XRT, there's energy. So still, excuse me, still below the 200-day moving average, of course. Take a look at retail, XRT, below the 200-day moving average. I mean, there has been I'm sorry, that was retail. I'm sorry, that was retail. XRT is below. XLE, I didn't type in XLE, but XLE is below also. Here we go. So there's XLE and XRT retail. The interesting thing that's happened is that as we get to communications and tech, is that there's been a flip. Now, I don't mean just today, but in the last little while, between the growth and revenue stocks. Remember how tech and communications are just getting hammered? All the so-called value stocks. There's XLP, consumer staples below also. We're doing that badly. Now it's just flipped. XLV, when I get to them, you'll see what I mean. XLV is healthcare below. Yeah, still a decent amount below. Excuse me. XLI industrials. I mean, industrials used to be one of the bellwethers while we were, but now XLI. Okay, at least it's holding. So it's holding just a little bit above the 200-day moving average. Financials. Well, we know what this one's going to look like. XLF. And there's the 200-day moving average, way below it. Consumer staples, XLY, another one that's going to be below the 200-day moving average. Materials, this should be, well, I think it's touching it. XLV, I think it's right on top of it, or just a little below. Oh, no, no, no. It broke down 3 days ago. So another one below the 200-day moving average. This is what I'm talking about, though. Look at communications and remember what I'm saying here. Here's communication. So when the value stocks were all above the 200-day moving average, the value stocks, call them healthcare, materials. Industrials, financials, things like that were quite a bit above the 200-day moving average. XLC and you're going to see XLK technology were below it. Look what's happened though. There's been a little bit of a flip. XLK technology is above it and moving away. Again, look what was happening all back here. So there has been a flip. You know the one you might want to keep an eye on, just in case it had some kind of a crazy day, it's the Selecta SRPT. I still have that thing, I still have it thumbnailed. And the reason I have a thumbnail, of course, I've had a horrible day on Friday, but who knows? Maybe it tries to recover just a little bit today. I mean, if it gets over 127 or so, and the next highs are around 130, and of course, there's this huge void. But it had the horrible day on, I think the FDA said, hey, we want to take a look at your data or something to that. We need to have a meeting with you. FDA takes a surprise turn. Come on. Well, you have to trust me on that one. There we go. Plunges as FDA takes a surprise turn. Okay. AdCom meeting set for. So that is out of the blue, it seemed to be, because obviously, I mean, the stock was right up here. It already had some really extremely positive news back here on the 28th of February. And then the FDA sort of hit them with this on Friday. Well, guys, this is somewhat astonishing. Um, I'm looking at my upgrade list and my downgrade list from briefing.com right now. Haven't seen this in months, even maybe even years. My upgrade list is huge, and there are only 4 on the downgrade. Let me get some of these in. I just sort of flash this at you. What I'm talking about. Here's my upgrade list right here, and here's my downgrade list, just to hardly any. And this is from briefing.com. What's the other big news is UBS buying Credit Suisse over the weekend. Trying to rescue that Swiss bank. A couple of upgrades for those, those Brazilian airlines, Azul and also GOL. Well, in the sector, Azul is of course an airline. GOL is not an airline, but it's in the sector. I'm looking to see, don't see any though. I'm looking to see if there's one stock that's having multiple upgrades. I don't see it. These are all individual that I'm having to type in. Okay, NYCB has a couple of upgrades from Wedbush and Keith Bruyette. I'm not familiar with them. Bryett. Now I got the the few downgrades. Haven't seen that in ages. Even when we were in our, our bull market, I don't recall seeing something like that. The difference between the upgrades and the downgrades. Okay, getting into the main room now. Oh yeah, I still have it on KRE. Okay, yeah, I'll switch it back to SPY. Probably switch it back to KRE though, just because I mean the banks are still so much in focus right now. So if I'm looking to get into one of these bank stocks, I definitely want to have keep an eye on the KRE. All right, just a minute, guys. All right, guys. So FRC, I mean, this is just hanging at 19 now. So so S&P cut their rating again, warning that the big bank's $30 billion rescue package may not be enough. I just couldn't do it. I was thinking of holding this short I just couldn't do it. It'd be stupid. It'd be flat out stupid to do something like that because you never know what sort of news could hit. The big banks get together again instead of 30 billion, we're going to put 100 billion in. So you just never know. But boy, this is ominous. I mean, if this takes out that low of 5 days ago, and remember what happened. This got down to 18. What was the price here? The low of 1753. Then the next day it gets up to 42. Has the big rebound up to 42 before it sold off again. Credit Suisse is being bought by UBS. Okay, so I think that's a done deal. If you look at UBS, UBS upgraded to a buy at Bank of America as Credit Suisse takeover enhances scale. So I don't know is CS well CS I'm sure is trading, but that's maybe it isn't trading. They didn't really look at it. Wow. So that's wow. Yeah, and they're picking them up on the cheap. So, guys, Brian Shannon's book, the Anchored VWAP book, appeared back in Canada yesterday on Amazon. So I bought it. So I should have it any about a week from now, I guess. Just I'll put the link into that webinar at the end of the month, a little bit later. Brian Shannon's Christian, yeah, Brian Shannon's book all about Anchored VWAP. I mean, it's been out for a while, probably I don't know, a couple of months, a couple of months now. And we're doing a webinar with him at the end of the month. You can just go to Amazon and check it out. Hank, Brian Shannon, just type in Brian Shannon, and I'm sure you'd see it right off the bat. Anchored VWAP, how to use it. I did see HLTH. Where did I see it? I thought I saw it right at the top here. So, yeah, I thought I saw HLTH. Oh, yeah, that's why. I mean, again, just, I mean, that's right. I mean, I did see it. That's right. I saw it moving up, got up to 260 and sold right off. Sold right off. Receives FDA emergency use authorization for molecular mpox test. Are we talking monkeypox? Okay. It's still in the news. Okay, let's see. IQ is showing up now. IQ had earnings on the 20. Yeah, I remember had earnings last week. I'm sorry, not last week, a month ago on the 22nd, not last week. I think it had a nice pop on earnings. I think that was the day. Anyway, IQ. So China, guys, I think if you look at KWeb, China is probably weak. I know I looked at it earlier. Yeah, so KWeb, yeah, so weakening. Um, the Chinese government meeting Putin today, I think for 3 days in Russia. I'm not saying that's the reason for the weakness, but that is the news out of them too. So yeah, so China stocks are weak. Yes, a minute. I don't know where William is, but a minute to the open, guys. So let's have a great start to this trading week. I will get rid of this right here. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I'll give you my homepage link. Okay, I'll give you my homepage link. Okay, and you can just when you click on the link, scroll down a little bit until you see the scan section. You'll see the scans that I'm sharing. The only ones you see that I'm actually sharing on a screen are these two, the races, but I do have other scans that I use that are other monitors. All right, guys, we are now almost open. Boom, market's opened. So Hmm. I've got something going on with my one of my sound alerts now. Give me a moment here. Ah, that's why. Okay. Give me a moment. Give me one moment, guys. I had an error in one of my sound alerts. Okay. So there's yeah, NYCB on the move here, guys. Buying that signature bank. NYCB coming right into the 200-day moving average. Look at that. Look at NYCB, the 200-day moving average is 926. You can see that green line right on the chart. Will that, will it be able to take it out? Let's take a look at PAC W, Joe Dagger in our YouTube room. PAC W, take a look at PAC W. Yeah, there's the VWAP, 1082. I just find it's just a little too early to, for me anyway, to get involved in a trade. So look what happened right now, guys, so far anyway, that NYCB could not take out the 200-day moving average. Okay, so far. And UBS on the move, UBS on the move. Okay, so we have actually a pretty big disconnect in the market. Well, I don't know, big, but Dow is up and the Dow is up pretty good and the Nas is down a little bit. So we've got a little bit of disconnect between the value versus growth stocks right now. I did see this SSSS. I did see it, closed end fund. Seen this one before, I believe. The pre-market, not very much in the float, 26 million in the float. Okay, China stock guys. So China is weak. China is weak. Okay, Webb, look at BZ. Look at BZ taking out that low of a couple of days ago. Wow, looking left. This has got some room. 1423. 1423 is the next low looking left for BZ. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. 1634. Oh no, I'm right. 1634. So that it broke down through that. So yeah, the next low looking right left is 1426 for BZ. Early though, it's early. Well, UBS is on the move here, guys. So UBS took out the high of 2 days ago. The next high is 1968, not that far away. Hmm. Wall is giving it up. WAL is starting to give it up now. And that is such a its range, daily range over the last, well, since last, not last Friday, but the week ago Friday has been amazing. You know, for a stock with 101 million in the float, trades like a real low float stock. Okay, FRC was in danger of taking out 18, but now it looks like it's trying to take out, well, it is, it's taking out 19 right now. Pre-market high looks like it was 2033, so it's about $1 away from the pre-market high. Boy, playing the failed break through the 200-day moving average would have worked out well for NYCB. EXEL, guys. Wow. Now this has some room. I think it's got some room. Look at the weekly chart. It's got some room. EXEL. Next high is 1939. EXEL. It's a big float. See if there's any news on this. Yeah, EXL. So they had news in the pre-market to buy back up to $550 million of stock this year. Okay, up to. So that is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout, but it's early. You know, I don't like taking things in the first 15, but I mean, this could obviously just keep running. Yeah, you're right. FRC did get halted. All right, how's Foot Locker doing? FL, one of the few earnings plays today, guys. Certainly a name company. People know Foot Locker, FL. Look what it got to. Got up to what, $47, and the next high looking left is 47.22 and 47.20, 47.12. So set 47 stalled it so far. Now 44.96, there's the VWAP, so just a little bit above the VWAP. So does that early VWAP hold FL and have it bounce off it? Yeah, CNTB, is it, no, it's gone back positive. Okay, so it really floated down, but it's now positive again. With positive data, phase 2B. So this is a phase 2B play, phase 2B on positive data, CNTB, low float, 18 million. It is a China stock, but of course it's trading on its own, doesn't care what the rest of the China market's doing. Trading on its own, probably going to be tough to get through this 150 mark. But if it can escape through 150 and it's got some room, this is this has not been shortable for me most of the time at Interactive Brokers. In fact, they're being snapped up right now as I'm speaking. Just as I mentioned, not shortable for me. There were 12,000 shares, but look what's happening. This is, I think this is real time. This is, yeah, you can see how this is changing. This is Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with Trade ID. There we go. See, so they've all been snapped up. So since I started talking about this, the 12,000 shares at Interactive Brokers have been snapped up. And I did remember SLB. You want that same box that I've got. If you have Interactive Brokers, just do a search on SLB. LFCR guys, wow, LFCR, horrible day on Friday. Remember what happened here, but anyway, horrible day on Friday. Trying to recover a little bit. Obviously, it's got room. 353 is the high. Around 353 is the high on Friday, but had a horrible day on Friday. Not an earnings play, so I'm not sure what happened. Actually, it was an earnings play. This was an earnings play. Released earnings after hours on March 16th. So this was March 17th was the reaction. So yeah, so Friday was a reaction to earnings. Even Diebold's having a bounce here. Diebold DBD got just hammered also on Friday, got all the way down to 84 cents. Diebold DBD's having a bit of a bounce. Okay, FRC came out of its halt, and yeah, mini explosion for FRC over 20. Actually, got over 21. I mean, 181 million in the float, and trades like it's got 2 million in the float. These banks, some of these banks. Well, I will put an alert. I know it's giving up. Well, it's giving up a huge amount, of course, but something extraordinary would have to happen for FRC to get above Friday's high. But I'll stick an alert there. You never know. With $29. Not saying it's going to happen today or tomorrow or if ever, but oh, look at. Oh no, sorry. I thought it was higher. I was looking at Sarepta SRPT, but man, LFCR guys, what's the float in here? 29 million, so it's fairly low float. 29 million in the float. RSLS. I'm not sure I saw any specific news on it. RSLS. I think it's just making a new high. I believe it's making a new high. Or it did anyway. I didn't, yeah, I don't seem to, yeah, I don't see any news on it. Not today anyway. Yeah, I don't see any news on it. Meta about to puke. Okay, let's take a look at at Shady's. Okay, so well, there's the VWAP 197.63, so it's just a little bit below the VWAP. The low of Friday was 195.53. If it takes that out, then 190.84 is the next low. You know what must be really ripping higher here, guys, is that DPST. Somebody posted this in the pre-market. This is the three-time leveraged regional bank on the bull side, of course. So if you're looking for a little more action, if the regionals pick up, this is a three-timer. Otherwise, KRE I think is just a one-timer. KRE. Boy, Foot Locker really gave it up through the VWAP now. Also 44.84, so it's getting down below that VWAP. Yeah, I mean, look where it stalled, almost at the highs of those two days back in early early February. You can just sort of, if you can see that daily candle, you see the top right there, almost at the top of these two candles, and then it just stalled. Still a little bit up for the day, but my feeling is that this is turning into maybe a good-looking fade. 41.68 is the next $2 underneath. All right, how's that trade of the week doing? NEM gold play. If you're a gold bug, this is 48.70 is the trigger. I don't did it trigger. So I guess in theory it triggered. Okay, not in theory, it did. How you trade it would be up to you, of course. But 48.70 was the trigger, and I guess it got what did it get up to 48.99? So it did trigger, and it's now just through the 200-day moving average. Well, Billy is not caring about what the rest of the China market's doing, guys. VILI. Though the news, yeah, though the news says that JP Morgan must have sold some of their position in Billy. Says it's falling to 8.89%. But Billy is, yeah, doesn't care what the rest of the China market's doing. And that's BILI. Something's happening with solars, perhaps. I'm seeing SPWR and run. SPWR. Let's take a look at TAN, the ETF for solar, see if anything is happening with the overall market. Yeah, it looks like it. A little bit of a pop here for the solars. Whoa, SRPT guys, SRPT. This is now getting interesting. For those of you who like a little more expensive stocks, I mean, this is now above the high, of course, on Friday, and starting to approach, trying to fill in this gap a little bit. That is SRPT. It's a volume like 122,000. So, it's a little bit light, but and the spread is, for $127 stock, not the worst thing. Other bank guys, Ally. So the banks are, yeah, look at KRE. In fact, I'm just going to put KRE here again, as these banks are still in play. Look at KRE. I mean, KRE is going to be very close to the SPY, in my opinion. So, shoot, you know what? I forgot to put an alert for Ally over Thursday's high. Ally's got a Buffett rumor. Gordon Haskett says Warren Buffett could be eyeing Ally Financial buy. Okay, well, that's a good rumor. Spread around. They're getting slammed. I mean, I see the Nas is down 38. I don't call that a slamming, but okay. But there is a difference. I mean, look at the Dow up 300 and the Nas is down 38. So there is now this difference between the value versus growth today. Meanwhile, LFCR just kept moving higher, guys. Boy, what a recovery. Just give me a moment, guys. Give me one moment, guys. Hmm. Wow, that LFCR. Wow. I mean, that's a big wow, guys. I mentioned this one right about here, about 180, and this is now 225. That is a big, big wow. This is shortable for me too. Lots of shares, 1.89 million. Sorry, 1.9 million in Interactive Brokers available to short. So there's, I'm sure most brokerage firms have shares available. I only say that, I'm not saying I want to pile into a short right now, but man, this is a massive recovery, and I don't see. All right, so Barrington Research could be my company. Um, well, they lowered their price target to 8, but it's still well above the current price. Look at the Bank of America, BAC, guys. BAC. So BAC now at a high. The high on Friday was 28.35, so it's pretty close. Is that right? 28.66 was the high, so it's a little bit close. Wow, LFCR, that was the one. I did not take it, but that was the one. Wow. But I'm really eyeballing a short now. Always tricky, trying to pick a top on these things. The reason I'm interested, of course, is because all the reasons it got hit on Friday, they're still there. It's not like all of a sudden something happened, a miracle happened. They said, forget about Friday. But it has not given it up yet. Not really. FLCR. I mean, here's a firm cutting it to $2 from 11. Wow. Well, it's shortable Interactive Brokers. Lots of shares. Are you talking a tough time? You're talking about LFCR. I know you typed it in correctly, but lots of shares available. 1.84 million in Interactive Brokers. Well, who's they? Who's your broker? Mm. Okay, so this is the reason why it got kicked in the head on Friday. Says it says substantial doubt as going concerns explores options amid Q2 miss. So this was an earnings play for Friday. Okay, so I mean, there was horrible news for it, but there's bottom fishers everywhere. So I guess that's what they're. I mean, I don't see any good news for this company. When I say good news, I don't see any like news that's counteracting. Well, that buyout looks like it's done with Credit Suisse. I mean, by UBS or USB. Give me a moment here on the. I'm just trying to concentrate on this LFCR. It's just risky, when you try to pick a top. I mean, I'm trying to pick this top here for LFCR. Guys, sorry, EXEL just made another new high. It showed up on my 10-day daily breakout earlier. EXEL just made a new high. Let me get rid of that. Okay, that knocked me out, guys. Of the yeah, it's a little, just a little too frothy. Took myself out of the LFCR short. Lost a couple of pennies on that one. So got a little excited when it got down to 226. I thought maybe that would get it going, but okay. Yeah, markets, well, I shouldn't say market. I'm looking at KRE. I'm sure SPY is looking about the same. Yeah, SPY is looking the same. I'm just going to keep it on KRE, guys, just because the banks, I'm trying to, want to, definitely don't want to lose sight of what's happening with the banks. So look at WAL, WAL. WAL is sort of weakening here. Underneath 33, underneath the VWAP, 33.30 is the VWAP. The low here is 32.15 or so. The wall is weakening as KRE is moving higher. So interesting. There's a little bit of a disconnect going on here. All right, I'm going to stick an alert for LFCR again. So I have an alert down here, 226. Yeah, 226 takes that out. Again, I might hop back into that short. I missed my entry on the WAL. Wanted to take it just underneath that 33 mark. Well, let's see. All right, now KRE is starting to give it up a bit. So this might drive WAL down a little bit more. Certainly FRC could not really try to, it got up to what, 22 almost, 2144 or so. Okay, well, I think if Wall can get back down to the 3240s, it might have a shot on the way down. Just looking at KRE, big topping tail, because then the next low looking left is down here at 31. So would have some room. And we have a halt here, guys. Ambi got halted. AMBI. AMBI got halted on the way up. Is this a SPAC? No, it's not a SPAC. Ambi got halted. All right, Ambi, I remember you now. So Ambi, and it is above 1099. So if it takes out 1099 somehow, when it comes out of its halt, the next high looking left is way up here at 1829. Let's see where it could. Let's take a look at Ambi where it could open. And again, this is probably a low float. So take a look at Ambi, guys. Ambi coming out of the halt could, there's no big clue. 1044, 1056. So I don't think well, it could open here, but it's not going to stay here. This is Interactive Brokers, this blue screen you see. So there's the halt for Ambi at 1045, projection 1044 or so. So we'll have to wait. Usually they're 5-minute halts. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 1014 plus 50 seconds. Well, guys, EXL just made another. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, no, another one. EXL actually got up here and then it came back down, right back down. Duo, Duo is not halted. It's just the residual from Ambi. Duo, and the next high looking left is, yeah, a little too close, maybe 131. I mean, the high after that would be awesome, 144 from 122, but Duo on the move here, guy. Duo. Another China stock, 5 million in the float. Duo, DUO. So Duo took out that high now, 130, and then the next high looking left is 144. See if there's any news on this one. Don't see any news. Just somebody wants it for a while anyway. DUO. Okay, so Ambi opened. Ambi opened. What did it open at? Ambi opened lower. Oh, okay. Way lower. So here is the only way I will take this one. It got halted at what price? It got halted at 1044. I'm going to stick an alert up here. I guess it did briefly pop to 11. Well, you can see exactly what it did. I mean, it got up to 10, got up to 11, and the next high looking left was 10.99, and that's where it stalled. So I'm going to actually, I'm going to stick an alert. I'm going to raise that alert. Oops. And I'm going to put it up there around 11 and see if it takes it out later on. If it takes it out later on, of course, it's got a massive void, 1829. Well, CMA guys on the move here. Another bank, of course, CMA. The next high looking left is 50.50. So it is far enough away. Let's see if it can hold 47 and move from 47. All right, guys. Wall looks weakening. Wall is weakening. It looks weakening. It is weakening here. WAL. And we have our first 10-day daily breakdown in my scan, I should say. PX, but it popped right back up. Okay, this is definitely for me very interesting. It when it hit here, this was an all-time low. The alert came in at 875. So I'm going to put price alert just over it, 877. See if it takes it out again. And that's PX. This is would be an all-time low. So it's in the sector, guys. Financial investment activity. So it's in the sector, financial sector. Wall looking weaker. WAL looking weaker. PX. I have to take a look at PX just to see if there's any specific news for it also. Okay, quadruple S on the move here. SSSS on the move here. Problem is, to me anyway, coming into a lot of resistance, not that far away, but 10 cents away. Well, guys, WAL looking weaker. Look at this big red candle now for KRE. So WAL looking weaker. But if it starts to track WAL, or this one, this is it's in the sector. It doesn't care. It's a sort of a red, not sort of. This is a red bar ignored also for SSSS. But I just think there's too much resistance not that far away. This is a This is a leasing company, Seritage. Yeah. So this is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Wow, look at the room underneath on the weekly chart. Wow, 520 on the weekly chart. Lots of shares available. Yeah, two and a half. Sorry. Yeah, 4.6 million shares available. Interactive broker. So this is easily shortable, probably by most brokerage firms, and that is the SRG. What's the more? All right, guys. Again, risky, risky, risky. AMBI. Only thing traders are looking at right now is that high of 3 days ago. Boy, this SRG is really interesting. Not a big float either. 37 million in the float, so this is not a big float. Not crazy low, but look at the gap on the weekly chart. $5. Okay, guys, there's Ambi got halted again on the way up. Boy, this is take a look at any clues about where this may open. Not yet. Okay, sorry guys, I'm just again conversing with uh, developers. Okay, NYCB, I mean, it's moving. My problem with it is that what did it do earlier? Yeah, it's getting right into the, wow, okay. I mean, it's right at the 200-day moving average. Look at this, 926 is the 200-day moving average. So it's right there. Will it take it out this time? It's got a shot maybe to the 970s if it can take it out. Again, they're the ones buying that Signature Bank. And that is the NYCB. Yeah, I mean, obviously, the only reason I'm bringing it up is because it's been halted several times for the ambi, and just that looking left, that's what traders are looking at, 1829. We're not saying it's getting there, of course, but well, I sort of lost sight of the LFCR. This might be over for it for a while anyway. LFCR. What did it get up to? Got up to 247. Sitting on the, well, the VWAP is 226. Okay, Ambi just came out of its halt and moved down lower. So for a while, annoying. I can't get the float information for Ambi. I'm sure it's a very low. Yeah, I'm just going to have to forget about WAL. It's number one. It's sort of trading in a bit of a range right now. 5.5 million in the float for Ambi. Okay. Okay. Again, guys, all traders are looking at is this. I mean, this is highly risky, highly risky. Ambi. I mean, I'm just pointing it out because it's showing up on our halts resumes. Okay, let me devote a little bit more attention to this SRG now. Okay, the SRG, which showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Oh, it's actually had a pop. Okay, well, I'm going to stick an alert at 774, which is the low of the day. I want to see if it takes it out later on. Yeah, so Greg, you can't. Unfortunately, you can't. Okay, the Holly strategies are proprietary, so we do not publish the filters and the filter values, so you cannot do it. And another halt. AZYO on the way up or down. Hard to tell. Maybe on the way up. AZYO. Never seen this one. Never seen this one. March 22nd. So there has earnings coming up. Sheds 56% as the FDA cites issue in marketing submission for its antibacterial product. Okay. This has to be this has to be an Australian stock. I don't care what this says. Well, why does it have to be an Australian stock? Noted deficiency in its marketing application for kangaroo. All right. Surprised it's not an Aussie stock. But it did get halted on the way up. So let's take a look at where it could open. 154, 154. Okay. Might have a pop. But I mean, bad news for it, of course. Yeah, look at FitB now, guys. FitB is interesting. FITB, well, FITB, FitB. The next high looking left is 2960. So of course that is well above that 27 current price. If the KRE keeps moving like this, I mean FitB has got some room. FitB took out 2688, which was the high of a couple of days ago. Let's see how well it holds over 27. It's a big float. Could put an alert around 2709. And it's all about looking left and seeing how much room it has until it hits the next high. Okay, guys, there's the Fit B. There's the Fit B back over 27. Missed it. Or I wanted it anyway. Shoot. As long as the KRE keeps doing this, companies like stocks like Fit B can mimic it to a certain extent. But I missed where I wanted to get it because a lot of these are, I'm not looking for big gains on these. Even though I see a lot of room, they're very volatile still, but I missed where I wanted to get in it. Okay, so okay, sorry, SZYO just opened, SZYO opened. That means, I mean, look, if it wants to keep going, it's got some room. Um, $1.90, $2. Next high is looking left, but bad news. And this is shortable for me too. Not many, 4,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. Oh, it's a lifetime low too, right here, lifetime low. Pretty tough to commit. Well, let's take a look at Foot Locker. I mean, Foot Locker is one of the only earnings plays today. Certainly one of the name people know Foot Locker. Okay, so there it is, 44.37, getting close to the VWAP. Okay, will the VWAP hold it? 44.06. So again, 44.37 is the VWAP. Will it reject it? What did it get down to? 42.94, $43. It got down to 43. Wow, look at LFCR. Oh, yeah, William, you were right. This was a strong stock. Well, strong stock. Well, you said oversold, so it'd be hard to short it. I mean, well, that's why I have a stop. Took a little loss on it, did not get stubborn. Let's take a look at the Meta from Shady. Actually, a nice bounce. A little bit of a bounce now for Meta. Just one moment, please. Wall. Now you're starting to drop. Look at Sarepta, guys. Again, I'm not in this one. I'm just pointing it out to those of you who don't mind playing stocks that are a little more expensive. I mean, look at look at the room it's got. I might even have to, I don't know, take a few shares just to see. The next high was 127.57. Next high after that is 128.40. So it's almost there. Then the next high, well, I'm looking, no, obviously I'm looking over here as opposed to the high on Friday or Thursday. Yeah, 133. So this got some room. I mean, obviously, if you just look left, 150 is the next high looking left. Yeah, Mike. Well, the book came, Brian's, Shannon's book became available on Amazon.ca yesterday. So I bought it. So I'm just waiting for it to show up. Speaking of which, what time is it now? 11:40. So I'm going to put that webinar link in. So this webinar that we're putting on March the 30th, this will be 100% will be the webinar that will be the most that have ever attended a TI webinar, guaranteed. That's Brian Shannon putting it on the March the 30th with trade ideas. Okay. Now let me put my homepage link in. I don't know what the full term of the full title is, Div, but if you check like if you go to Amazon and just type Brian Shannon's name in, it's Anchored VWAP, okay? Anchored VWAP. It's a longer title than that, but just type his name in, Brian Shannon, and in Amazon, and you'll see it front and center. Okay. All right, guys. So I put my homepage link in. Now the promo is still on. The St. Patrick's Day promotion is still on. All right. So if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you can use Patty 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. And yes, I know this says 20, okay? Don't use that code. Use Patty 25. I can get you a better deal. So use my code Patty 25. Okay? We have 4 plans. Annual, monthly, premium, standard. Annual premium is 2,000. Annual standard is 1,000, less the 25% in both cases, of course. You don't have to take out an annual. In fact, don't take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product. Okay. You can always start off with a monthly and you can stay monthly. I mean, it's though you don't ever have to take out an annual. Obviously, the reason people take out annuals is that their per month cost would go down, but you've got to pay up front. So standard is 118, premium is 228, less the 25% each case for the first month only. If you maintain the monthly subscription, this is what you pay going forward. The big difference is our AI. AI looks like this. You're presented with some ideas to trade automatically. How you trade them will be up to you. Okay, that's what it looks like though. And there is no auto trading, no auto trading. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. You must do it. It runs you through your download and install, your first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic, etc. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 videos. Oops. If you're new to trading, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, some of you may know Michael. He put this course together called Trading 101. It starts off with what is a stock? So, I mean, literally, if you are new to trading, this is a great free resource for you. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. The trade of the week, which is free, is sent to you before the market opens Monday morning. And there was one this week, NEM. Let's take a look at it. NEM. Wall. I don't know. Okay. Um, yeah, look at KRE now, starting to drift down a little bit, taking wall with it, probably FRC to a certain extent. Anyway, I wanted to look at NEM. NEM is the trade of the week, and the trigger was 48.70, and it did trigger. Okay, but again, how you trade this will be up to you. It did actually trigger. I guess it got up to 48.70. These are designed for longer term holds. And if you subscribe to it, you'll see the email. Obviously you get the email and it'll tell you the suggested entry and it'll tell you what the suggested stop is. And of course, this is a gold play. So it's trying to take advantage of the fact that gold Did it get over 2,000? Did it not get over 2,000? So it's just trying to take advantage of the gold play right now, or gold being active right now. Next, education. Now, again, by the way, when you click on my link, you have to scroll down, okay, to get to the trade of the week. You have to get down to the education section. You click here. We have a great user guide. Click on the user guide. Here's that getting started section again. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, the A window, the T window, a top list window. Wow, look at LFCR. And the stock racing. If you click on stock racing, these are the two races that you see here. Those are the ones I'm sharing. But of course, you can create your own. We have 4 videos explaining it in detail. The race startup, clickable, race configuration, clickable. So lots of information about the stock racing is here. There's the getting started again. So daily support. I take a break between 12 and 1 o'clock Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Monday, so it should be Chris Varley. It's his turn. Before I take my break, number one, I'll confirm that it is. And number two, I will put the YouTube link in the room so you can head over and listen to Chris for the hour between 12 and 1 o'clock. And we have some more educational videos right here. And last, here are my scans. So again, when you click on my homepage link, you have to scroll down to get to my scans. Here they are. Look at wall now, son of a. Ah. Anyway, pre-market act is up and down. Okay, that's what I use in the pre-market. These are the two races that you see, the biggest gainers from the open percent and large cap gainers from the open. This is what I love, the 10-day daily breakouts and down. You can see my halts resumes are right here, but I do have some other scans that I am sharing. So if you want some of my scans, then just save my homepage link. Well, first, if you want to take out a subscription, appreciate it if you use my homepage. And then when you click on it, there's the promo code to use. Don't use the Patty 20. Use this Patty 25 for 25% off. Okay. And then if you save my homepage link, you'll have access to my scans anytime. I do change them up from time to time, and the big education section. You actually have credit unions in the States? I thought they were called savings and loans associations or something. Or do you actually have literally, are they named credit unions also? I know in Canada we have credit unions, but okay. Thanks, Mr. Keith. All right. Anyway, guys, wow. LFCR, what a. Now, finally, I wonder if anybody shorted it finally. Well, in Canada, we have credit unions. We don't have savings and loans associations. I wasn't sure in the States if you had credit unions, if they were called credit unions. I know you have savings and loans associations, but I wasn't sure if, I thought those were sort of your credit unions. But Mr. Key says you've got both. Interesting. The AI has got a short on WAL, wall. Interesting. Okay, guys, just to briefly explaining what Trade Ideas is all about. We are a scanner, and I want to explain the big difference. We lots of screeners out there. We have screening capability, obviously, but we are a scanner. And I said there is a big difference between screening and scanning. So let's take a look at what those differences are. So if I click on New from our toolbar and click on Dock Channel Bar, what we have here are theme-based channels. So I'm sharing my scans, and each one of these theme-based channels have some scans that we've created. Probably will see LFCR right at the top here. Yes. So this is an alert window. It's called momentum. So what is it looking for? And you can do the same thing with my scans. If you want to see what my scans are actually looking for. So if I right click and I click on summary, that's going to tell me what the scan is looking for. So this is the screening aspect. As I say, a lot of screeners out there. So if the stock is between $1 and $50 and the current volume's at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this point of the day, this gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So, one moment, please. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new intraday high, new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. It's that simple. And if you check LFCR, now this says 1047. Everything I refer to is an Eastern time zone. Okay. So that's the last alert that happened was at 1047. I mean, we're at 1053 right now. So why aren't we getting any new alerts? Pretty simple. No stocks are meeting any of the requirements and making a new high for the day. Okay. In real time. So if I click on that LFCR, obviously this is a 15-minute chart, but you can just see the volume. Look at the volume in this. So that's what exploded it up. And eventually, there we go. So there's KUKE, just showed up. Okay. You can see a little bit of a volume burst right there on the 15-minute chart. I had a 5-minute chart, I'm sure, or a 1-minute chart, I'm sure it would be a lot higher. Now, just because you get an alert doesn't mean you just take the trade. Okay. Remember what the program is called, Trade Ideas. Okay. But how interesting is this? Well, I don't know. If you look at KUKE on a daily chart, it's getting right into that resistance. If it can take this out, then the next, I don't know why the dotted line isn't working, but the next high looking left is 132. So it's, has sort of interesting. Not very much volume though. Now I am sharing this one, except what I did, if you go to my homepage, it's called Momo, but I up some of the values. Okay. For instance, when I say that, I think I put, yeah, like I think here is a minimum of 100,000 shares. In mine, it's 300,000 shares. Okay. And I may have, but you don't have to. I mean, if you like this the way it is, you can take this. Yeah, that's the big difference. I upped it from 100,000 to 300,000 shares. So if you have mine from my homepage, you won't see KUKE. Now, if you want to build your own scans, you can. Of course, you can. If I right click, configure, instead of clicking on summary this time, I'll click on search. So when you see these icons right here, these are all the real-time alert icons. So right at the top, the new high and the new low, and I could scroll all through them. Don't get hung up on how many we have. And when you see these icons, these are the screen. This is the screening aspect. Okay. Again, don't get hung up on how many we have. We have to have a lot because when the company started, they figured that most people did not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So they tried to create enough alerts and filters that the majority of our customers with all the different trading styles out there, could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. But if you go through these different channels and you take a look at my scans, we've got a lot of built in scans for you. Okay. All right, guys. Now, talk a little bit about the racing that you see here, getting a bit of a lull in the action. I am interested in this SRG, guys. Maybe later on, it's just sort of resting around this area. This is basically an. Okay, I am wrong. Oh, no, I'm not wrong. This is not a lifetime low. That's right. I just looked left on the weekly chart. A ton of room. Okay, on that weekly chart, looking left. If you're going to short this, I mean, the next low on the weekly chart is way down here around 530. So, I mean, it's in the sector. Obviously, it's in the financial sector. So, what I've done is I put an alert at around 775. Let's see if it takes it out. Excuse me, takes it out later on in the day and starts to move down from there. I don't think the PX did much. The PX is the one that was at the low of the or all-time low. Interesting. It actually popped a bit. Again, that's why these are ideas. All right, so I'll talk a little bit about the races that you see here, and you, of course, can create your own races, and you can create races based on only the stocks you want to watch. So you create a watch list, and then you would attach it to the top list window, and then you run your race on that. Okay, so it's a question we get a lot. Can I just run races on the stocks that I want to follow? Of course you can. So if I right click on this particular race and open the top list. This, as I said, a race always starts off from a top list window. You notice I've got a top list window here. It says T. If I right click, launch the real-time stock race. So so all races are started from a top list window. Okay. Now, before we had the racing, we just do this. The purpose of a top list window was if you wanted, as an example, if you wanted to see stocks that were up the most from Friday's close, as long as you had it as a column header, which I do here, change from the close. Okay, so that's telling me that Ambi is up 51% from Friday's close. This one here, the LFCR, 50.6%, etc. Let me expand that just a little bit here. It's probably the warrant. Yeah. Okay, so that tells you, what stocks are up the most from the close of Friday. I can also do it. Again, it depends on the columns that you have. You can sort on any column. So again, Ambi is up 68% from its opening trade. So might be interesting information to have, but how are you going to use it to trade? For instance, what if Cook right here at 7.2%? What if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it was 8%, 10%, 15% moving up this list? It would be very difficult to be able to track it. Okay. Now, how does a stock make it into this list in the first place? Well, as long as, oops, So as long as the price is between 1 and 50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up 2% from Friday's, well, the previous day's close, in this case, Friday. Okay. Then it'll make it into this list. Now, of course, you can create your own top list with your own set of criteria. This is just what I'm using. So what happens is I run 4-minute races. Again, customizable. You want to run a 3-minute race, a 10-minute race, a 5-minute race. I chose 4 minutes. So what happens when the race is over? Another race will begin. So right now I only have 27 seconds, 26 seconds counting down for this race to stop. What's happened, why you see Ambi up here is that since this race started almost 4 minutes ago, this has moved 12.5%, 12.4%. Okay, Ambi has moved 12.4%. And it more than likely is going to win this race. Give me one more, 4 more seconds. Unless it has a huge drop, it's going to win this race. There it goes. So it won the race. So what happens is you don't have to, of course, you don't have to wait for a stock to win the race before you click on the symbol. And in fact, if you see something starting to move up, because when a race starts, just like any other race, all these stocks are starting off at the same starting point. And it's just a matter of which one is moving the most since the race started. It's that simple. Okay. Now, it usually takes 30 seconds to kind of warm up. And now you can see what's happening. There'll be stocks jockeying for position over the 4 minutes. And eventually one stock will win. So why is that really very good, in my opinion, especially if you're a new trader, is that this automatically creates a watch list for you. And it's made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So when you look at LFCR, it's in the number one position, tied with Ambi because it won 4 races. And then DBD, Diebold, won 3 races, etc. So how would you use this? Well, look at Diebold as a probably a good example. DBD. Now, this is why you've got to practice trading. I mean, everybody has there are all sorts of different styles out there, but you may be somebody that, you're hear me talk now incessantly about the VWAP. You might want to become a VWAP type player. So there's the VWAP at 114. So when you click on DBD, you can see that purple line. That's the VWAP line. You may be somebody who says, well, okay, let's see if it holds that VWAP and then starts to move from it. Maybe you put a price alert at the high of the day. So just because a stock is not winning a race or never wins another race doesn't mean you forget about it. You just click on these ones that have won. And I would be, certainly paying attention to the ones that have won the most because they're usually, obviously, they're pretty active. And you might find areas in which you can get into the trade. Okay, so it gives you just these stocks just to take a look at. Now, if you're new to trading, though, I would probably maybe start with this one over here. Now, that stupid GME is on the move here. Stupid GME, sorry. Okay, I would maybe, if you're new to trading, I would maybe concentrate more on these ones or on this race here. Now, this is a more exciting race. You will see stocks that have big percentage moves, like the Ambi. You saw that 12 or 13%. Rarely will you see it here, and the reason being is that I added 2 filters. One filter was a minimum market cap of 500 million and a minimum float value of 50 million. So you won't see the big percentage moves. Does that mean don't look at them or they're not going to be exciting? Not at all. Look at Flex as an example. Okay. You look at Flex and say, wow, if I look left on this daily chart, 2173 is the next high looking left. That could be an interesting trade. It may not be like a rocket ship going to be moving 10, 20%, but it could give you a little um, more of a steady type of a move rather than the volatility that you will see here. And the same thing, it will automatically create a watch list for you. So I really recommend, especially if you're new to trading, take advantage of the races and then take advantage of the fact that it's going to automatically create a watch list for you that you can just concentrate on those stocks all day long. Wow, look at Ambi. I mean, I mean, this is not easy to trade, guys, but I mean, as I said before, this is what traders are looking at is at 1829 of 3 days ago, the high, and even the day before that got up to 22. And I guess the day it started trading as Ambi got all the way up to 25. So that's all they're looking at. Well, you can have, Luis, you can have this. If you have do you have this? Are you actually running this race by any, oh, you don't have it. Okay. Okay. I mean, it's just, so in this particular case, I'm just looking for stocks between, come on, $1 and $50, minimum volume at 200,000 shares and up 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. That's it. Nothing, but again, as I say, you can always, not just you, Luis, but anybody else listening, you can always create your own race based on your parameters. You might want a different time zone. You might want a different price range, maybe a minimum volume difference. Maybe you want to add a relative volume here. Maybe you want to add, other RSI. It's completely up to you. And again, if you want to, let's just say you have a basket of 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow every single day. Well, you can do that. You just have to know how to create a symbol list, but then you just add the symbol list, make sure it's over here, and then a little drop down says only the following list, and you check it. Then that top list window will only look at your stocks that you want to follow. Hertz could be interesting. Let's take a look at Hertz here, HTZ. Yeah, so 1612 is the next high looking left, and then after that, 1634, if it can somehow get through that though, 1770. So what I'm going to do is just, real simple, just put a price alert around 1630. It may not happen today. It may never happen. But if it does, I'll know about it. And that means that, well, it might start to have a shot to fill in this little void here. Yeah, things have really slowed down for me now. I'm not getting any new alerts. And the other thing to do is, again, practice trading. We have a simulator here. This blue window that you see here is our simulator, and it uses our real-time data, so you can practice trading before you commit money to the market. And it's simple enough to use. It's called Brokerage Plus, and if you click on New and then Brokerage Plus, this is the window that will show up. You may have different columns, but it's in essence, this is what it looks like. It'll say not connected, and just click on Sim. Underneath Brokerage Plus, there are two options. One says Live, one says Sim. Live is if you have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. I like to demonstrate its use as a simulator. And you can see I'm still short AMC in the simulator. Okay. That was taken probably almost 2.5 weeks ago. Really simple to use though. Once I click on Sim, this changes to account. And then I click on account, and now I'm click on simulated trading default. Now I'm in our simulator. Now you can practice trading. Take a look at CEI. So when I click on an alert, the symbol will show up. So if I click, there's CEI right there. If I click on CEI, the symbol shows up. I can pick how many shares I want. I mean, this is a menu. So if I quickly want to take a certain number of shares, or I could type in exactly, of course, how many shares I want to take. The bid ask, I mean, if it's a decent spread, you can just go in at the market. Take a look at tallow. So it's got a little bit of room, Tallow's got a little bit of room. $14. 1403 is the next high looking left for tallow. So if you wanted to take tallow, where did I see it? I just clicked on the alert. If I want to take 100 shares of tallow or 200 shares, I'll go in at the market. It's only a 2-cent spread, buy it, and then send it. So now I'm in the trade. 200 shares, tallow, okay, at 13.35. Now, if I want to get out of this trade, all I have to do, if you have a list of trades you're in, you just highlight the one you want to get out of, and you flatten it. Or you could get it a half, or you could double your position. Okay, just some really simple hotkeys here. Okay, I'll get out of this. I just wanted to show you how you can do it. Okay, flatten. So $5, $6 loss on taking that one. Okay, that was in the simulator. Again, I just wanted to show you how you can easily get into a trade and how you can get out of a trade. If you want to practice swing trading, you can do so. If you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, well, it becomes you can hold it as long as you want. No, AZYO just got halted again. It resumed and it got halted again. Resumed at 10:35. Didn't really do much, and then it popped again. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys, give me a moment, please. I have to try to find some file for one of our developers. Okay, guys. Yeah, Foot Locker. I want to see this Foot Locker again. Don't want to kind of lose sight of it. Ooh, I lost sight of it. Ha! This has now gone negative. Shoot. That was the key, trying to keeping through underneath that VWAP, and it just could not. It popped above it briefly, but after that, no go. Well, if I hadn't, yeah, I should have been paying way more attention to Foot Locker. Now, Foot Locker, the next low looking left is 4107. What did it get down to? Got down to 4125. If it takes out 40, wow, okay, I have to stick an alert right around there, right around 4119-ish. I want to see if it takes it out, because if it does, it still has room underneath, $39. Give me one moment, please. Well, that didn't take long. So Foot Locker just got into that area. Okay, this was a very active one in the pre-market, guys, but it really had a drop. INM had a bit of a drop, got up to 148 in the pre-market, fell down to 124. Trying to get running again, I guess. INM. I just look at it left. I just think there's too much resistance. It's popping up on a scan, so that's why I had to load it just to see what was happening. I just think there's too much resistance. Yeah, you can ask questions. Yep. Anybody can ask questions. Sabiduria. Sabiduria. Well, we do have a if we do have a trade ideas questions. If you're asking stuff about trade ideas specifically, if it's more market related, you can stick where you are. Well, it's my mistake too, because there are very few earnings plays today. And Foot Locker, certainly people have heard of Foot Locker. So this was one that I should have been, not losing sight of at all. Especially as we looked at it as it was at the VWAP, tried to get above it, tried to get above it again, and then it just failed. Well, you can ask the question. I can direct you to a course that you might want to take a look at, free. Okay. If you don't know much about investing, then I would suggest that if you go to my homepage, put my homepage link underneath. Okay. If you click on my homepage link, And then this is what you're going to see. Maybe at the top here, scroll down. I'm sorry, don't have to scroll down. Trading 101. Okay. This is excuse me, I think it's a very, very good resource for you. Free. I mean, it starts off with what is a stock? I mean, it's that simple and it, progresses. I think there are 30 odd videos and Michael, well, you don't know Michael Noss, but Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. So if you don't know anything about the stock market and investing, I would really, really take a look at this. Okay. Oh, no idea. I'm not going to comment on another website, Datarama. No idea. Okay, you're in a Trade Ideas, trading room. Okay, and I have no idea if they are considered really good investors. No easy way to do this. Okay, I know most people would rather just have somebody tell them what to buy or sell and follow and all that. Um, there's no shortcuts. You've got to understand market mechanics. You've got to understand how to read charts. You've got to, unfortunately, I'd love to say, no, no, all you have to do is, well, first of all, I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell, but listening to other people in this room, I mean, listen, they're good ideas, but you have to understand when somebody points out an idea, you should be able to look at a chart and say, I kind of understand what that person is driving at. Okay, if I took this trade, where am I going to put my stop? If it doesn't work, things like that. No shortcuts. Let's take a look at NYCB, guys. NYCB. Just getting underneath the VWAP right now. All right, guys. This NYCB is very interesting to me. It's underneath the VWAP, and I mean, it's a big float, so I don't anticipate a huge move, but maybe down to the 840 mark. And KRE is drifting down. I'll put the SPY back up. Let's see what the correlation is. So okay, so the SPY is not correlating right now with KRE. This E-man, wow, what a run it's had. From basically almost a double in what, 6 days? Almost a double in 6 days for E-man. Semiconductor. Okay, guys. Well, I'm continuing to watch the NYCB, see if it starts to fade a little bit more. Just hanging underneath that VWAP, 891. Yeah, this is a bit of a snoozer right now, guys, for me. I'm not getting any new alerts. And this SRG is not moving at all. Still have my alert set down here around the 774 mark. And again, it's all about looking left and seeing that massive void on the weekly chart. There's a good one from the AI, the CERE, CERE. Actually, not a bad one at all. There was the alert at 2437, 2514 right now. And it still has a little bit of room, I think, 2637. So it's at that high of a few days ago, 2514 is the high of 3 days ago. It's right there. Takes that out. It's got a shot to the 2637 mark. All right, this INM, which I think probably has a lot of resistance around the 150 mark. It's continuing to make new highs, INM. I don't think there was any news on this that I could find this morning. So you didn't get a lot of sleep this weekend because of your WAL long and worrying about what might happen? Of course, my next question is, then why would you do that? Well, I'm not too concerned right now with the no action because I've been really finding that the afternoon is better anyway for me. Things uh, things can really start to set up after about 4 or 5 hours. Maybe you get a better trend. So I will hold out that in the afternoon I'll get a couple that I really like. Aha! Look at CMAX here, guys. CarMax or CareMax. Wow, all-time low. What's the float in this one? 77 million. So not crazy high, not low. Yeah, CMAX all-time low right now. Lots of shares available. Interactive Brokers, 400,000 shares available to short. Good spread. Ooh, well, guys, this is really getting deadly for me. So let me take a look at some of these. How did the Foot Locker end up? Did it bounce? A little bit of a bounce. Well, of course, this is what can happen when we don't have very many earnings plays, and and if something like the banks right now have just kind of settled down at least a little bit, so we're not getting those wild moves in the banks right now. So without a lot of earnings plays to look at, not much happening on my end. Anyway, on my end, I'm not saying there's nothing happening. Some of you guys may have different types of scans, seeing things, but on my end, I'm not seeing too much. Yeah, okay, NYCB now is actually at the VWAP again. But it's just doing nothing. Okay, well, FRC is now below the VWAP, 1941, just a little bit below the VWAP. SGML on the move, Sigma Lithium on the move here, guys, and Hamilton, or I'm sorry, Brazilian company, but yeah, I mean, there's between here and 36, there could be some resistance. Yeah, so this is one that might, may show up later on in the afternoon, the SRG, if it takes out the lows again. What's the float? Yeah, I mean, it's surprising. It's only 37 million in the float. It just is not wanting to move at all, but it's being rejected by the VWAP, 792. It's being rejected. All right, well, there's NYCB, maybe making a little move now down. NYCB. Take a look at, I'm going to put KRE back up here, guys. Look at that. Look at that move here now for KRE. Again, if you're unfamiliar, this is the regional bank ETF. So that's a fairly ominous move right now, guys. I mean, that's the biggest red bar so far. Has another 5 minutes or 4 minutes to close. Meanwhile, LFCR just doesn't care. So this is your definition of an alpha stock, guys. Doesn't care what the market's doing at all. Okay. It has just been a rocket ship that I'm not on. I mean, it still has room. I mean, the high on Friday was 351. It just absolutely got crushed on Friday. Earnings and basically saying, hey, we don't know if we can continue as a company. I mean, it didn't quite say it like that. Let's see what they said exactly. Yeah, I mean, this is the company, saying this is not some, analyst. The creator 60% on substantial doubt. as a going concern. Explores options amid a Q2 miss. Now, are they looking to sell themselves, or is that a rumor out there that somebody might step in and try to buy them? I don't know. I mean, I don't see anything like that, but that's a tremendous lift. And here we go. I mean, won 6 races. Okay, guys, SRG. Hmm. If you're right about this SRG, I'm trying to short it and they won't fill it. I mean, there are tons of shares available, 4.4 million. I know why. This was down more than 10% on Friday. So the uptick rule is still in effect. Yeah, the uptick rule is still in effect. So it's not down 10% today, but it was down 10% on Friday. So that uptick rule is still in effect. Oh, we'll see if that. I was trying to get it at 773. And we'll see now it's popped up just a little bit. Oh, FRC now underneath 19. That VWAP rejection is pretty good. 1940. All right, guys, NYCB is sort of weakening. Just looking at the KRE. All right, guys, give me, wow, 11:46 already. I just want to confirm it'll be Chris in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And the answer is yes. I think he might have been even hearing me or before. Okay, so it is Chris in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 while I do take my break. I will put the YouTube link in right now so you can, he's not there yet, so don't go yet. but I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Chris between 12 and 1. With this WAL, if it gives up 32, look out below. WAL, if it gives up 32, look out below. That is daily chart up just a little bit. The next low looking left is $30. So yeah. Wow, this FRC is really starting to. I think I still have my alert set for the low of last week, 1734. I'm going to see if it takes it out at some point today, tomorrow. Meanwhile, LFCR just doesn't give a rip. Look at this. LFCR just continues to, I mean, it's not a bank, but just continues to move higher here. Won 6 races here so far. Again, I'm just trying to point out SRPT to, again, those of you who are interested in something of this price range. I mean, it's still inching its way up. Now the next high, even if you discount all this over here on that daily chart, is 133.47. Now, obviously, the next high is way up here at 150, but trying to recover, keeps trying to recover. Hey guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back and just looking in awe of this LFCR. I mean, I shorted this one early, lost a couple of pennies on it. Didn't get stubborn, of course. Thank goodness for that. And since I now again it has these topping tails, and every time you think, okay, like back here when it got up to 273, I'm sure most probably thought, okay, that's it. But no, not yet anyway. Sorry, guys, one more moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Yeah, there's boy, the FRC, I mean, that rejection of the VWAP and now wall, WAL, underneath 32. And as Shady's pointing out, I mean, that's why I've got the KRE here. Okay, let me put my announcement in. Oops, no, not on mute. Well, I'm on mute, but there's a reason for it. Okay, guys, I will put myself on mute. I'm just going to wait for Chris to show up. He should be here any moment now. So you've got the YouTube link in. If you want to head over and listen to Chris. In fact, there's a little pink. I heard a little pink, so he's there now.
Indeed, you did.
Yeah. So let me just put myself on mute in the two rooms.
Sure.
Not YouTube room, but there we go. All right, my friend, how are you today? As always,
we're doing all right. A quiet day here. Was looking at a couple of things, but never pulled the trigger. Just a lot of chop and slop, and with some of these brokerage plus tickets, I didn't feel like committing to anything at the moment.
Yeah, the only one, a couple of big misses for me were the LFCR. Just did not believe it was going to do what it did. I thought,
that was one. Yeah.
I mean, because it had horrible news on Friday. I mean, it had earnings, and then they also said we're not sure we can continue. I mean, it wasn't an analyst saying that. So when they say that, I thought, okay, yeah, it's going to have a little bit of a pop. There's always bottom fishers out there, but it just kept bottom fishing and bottom fishing and bottom fishing.
Yeah, and the other one I was looking at is BLPH, but it just it's not a lot of volume in it. I mean, 900,000 shares traded now, but when I was looking at it earlier, it was still under, I don't know, 400 or 500,000 shares. And I was like, not on a Monday morning.
This is DLPH?
BLPH.
Oh, BLPH. Okay,
Yeah.
BLPH. Oh, yeah, that one. It showed up somewhere on one of my, yeah. Well, look at it now, though. Wow,
No, I know.
great break on that daily chart.
Yep. So,
Yep.
anyways, well, we'll see. Is it over? Is it not over? Only time will tell. But I keep my eye on it all the same.
Okay. All right, my friend.
Let me
I'll
swap
check back in
screens.
about an hour.
And you got it. Let me get the screen right. All right. You're off and running, sir. I'll see you in about an hour.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Take care, Barry. All right, everybody. So happy Monday and all that. Barry makes his way out. And I make my way in. There were a few different people that have had some back and forth with some emails today with some different questions and scenarios and situations. So if any of you folks are in here, please let me know in the questions panel so we could address any of the things that we were having a little back and forth and going over and hopefully get anything cleared up. Sometimes I misunderstand things. Sometimes you misunderstand things. So it's always good to get a good audio and visual like this here on any of those kinds of items. Other than that, as I mentioned to Barry, just kind of a quiet day for me at the moment. There's just this chop in the market. I wanted to load a couple scanners just for fun to have a little more data on my screen here. Let me load those first and see if anything's even coming through those. Yeah, only a little bit here, not too much, but let me put those in here. And then just want to go back over, why I'm kind of hesitant to do much of anything right now. I'm hoping that the afternoon now gives me a little more clarity or direction on a few things, but just a lot of chop and slop. This window's being extra difficult for me right now to size for some reason. There we go. All right. So I wanted to bring over the SPY chart real quick. And I mean, just look how much sideways action we really have. Like, you scroll out on this 15-minute chart. I mean, we've gone nowhere in several weeks at this point. I mean, longer, I guess, but just by this 15-minute SPY chart. And then, as we zoom back in again, we're looking at, a move up, but a lot of topping and bottoming shadows on this move up. And now we start to fade for, the last 30 plus minutes now back down to this side. So it's 390 area here. It's the real battleground for the bears and bulls in the SPY right now. And I think we, looked around at the IWM or the Qs, the diamonds, any of that, you're going to see more or less the same in all those items here. So anything that I go in on, I want to have full conviction. I want to believe that it's really kind of alpha to the market, as long as the market is going to be choppy and sloppy like this. I don't want to be going in on anything that is maybe it's kind of alpha to the market, but we're not sure. That's not going to work for me. Now, things that I do want to note here and making some moves possibly longer term going forward. Gold and silver, looking at the miners anyways here, have had a nice bounce and I talk about these probably, at least every other week, if not every week. And most people know how I feel about gold. I don't get it, but I'll trade it. I don't get it. It's not like Apple. They sell a product that I can buy and touch and do things with. It's not like trading a currency that I can take and go to the store with. Gold and Bitcoin and silver and things like that. They have no real world use as far as I'm concerned, except for outside of jewelry for gold. And anybody that makes the argument that they're using electronics, I'm just going to dismiss that. I'm sorry. Not even going to discuss it or debate it. With all that said, if it's tradable, I'm going to trade it if I think I can make money on it, So, gold had a bit of a run last year at the beginning of the year and then gave it up and really just, we're looking at the gold miners here. And then into the end of the year right here of 2022, gold made a nice move. But early in this year, it started to give it up. But I thought to myself, it's a pretty big line right here. And we zoom back in time. we can see that this line was really significant back through 2019, the crash in 2020, and then, coming back down and testing it again. So, does it become prior resistance, support, and support resistance and flopping back and forth? It looks like this has become support again, and feeling pretty good about gold miners at least taking a shot at this 33 level here. Some different ones that are out there to look at. And we can see on my scans here, there's been a few gold mining stocks, gold stocks that have come through. So CDE, here's one. All right, no more on the top winners there, but there's been a few others. PAAS, is that it? Right. Yeah, Pan American Silver, it's gold and silver. So, another one here I've seen on the races a number of times. Here's EK, EXK. I know that's another gold stock right here. So, there's definitely gold out there with, gold has preserved value for 4,000 years. That's why, that's why I'll never ignore gold. I wouldn't ignore Bitcoin either. As far as there's no real world, the only real world value, the only preservations of value to it is human beings decided it would be valuable for whatever reason. It was shiny, I guess. You didn't make weapons out of it way back when, or usable ones. You used, iron ore, but, 2 and 3 and 4,000 years ago, you weren't making weapons out of gold and silver. We weren't making farming tools out of gold and silver. And not that you couldn't, but they're soft in comparison to other alloys or other metals from back then. So, without getting into a history lesson or any of that stuff like that, they said, if it's tradable, I'm going to trade it. So I'm looking at some of these here. Again, EKX, you're not going to be setting the world on fire with something like this, but, you got to look at, it doesn't have a huge range. So if this thing makes a move towards the top of this recent range up here, it's something you can scale in a larger size, because the downside risk isn't the same as something that makes huge percentage moves. Again, this is relative to me, what I'm thinking, how someone else sees it, how someone else is thinking about it will be relative to them. Yes, silver, a little more real world use than gold, a little more real world use with the solars. Yeah. So, here's AU. It's going to be another gold stock, off the top of my head. I think ORI is a gold stock, isn't it? Nope. Sorry, I'm wrong. Not. Something else is similar to that. SVM was just up here and saw that. So it's another precious metal stock. So anyways, sorry, I just saw this coming through. Thought I'd take a look at it. Interesting chart here. Not enough volume. Volume's liquidity's garbage on that. So anyways, I certainly think it's worth noting and paying attention to gold and silver here. TWM, that's going to be your inverse to the IWM here. We're discussing just the overall indexes here. So this is your ultra short Russell here. One could argue putting in a bit of a flag or a pennant here. Not necessarily too high flyer on doing technical analysis on inverse ETFs, but can't ignore that. That's for sure. So there's that. Anyways, so those are things that I'm looking at and thinking about here. So here's some more gold. KGC, I know that's gold. This is in my evening scan. Sand is gold. This is gold and silver. Gold, silver, gold, silver. I believe, isn't this gold and silver? Nope, power utilities. ConAgra Foods, huh? Isn't that something? Do they have earnings? No, earnings are a bit out. April 5th of the pre-market, so nothing to really comment there. This is gold and silver, Helica. So there's a whole bunch of them out there. Can I go over the swing picks? Yeah, we could do that. Absolutely. Just move some things around on my screens here. So let me just pull this over here. So here's our strength alerts, I believe, or, they were formerly known as the strength alerts, marketing purposes. I guess they changed it to swing picks. I still call it strength alerts. So forgive my inability to adapt quicker with that, but let's take a look here. I haven't looked at them for the week, but Hey, you got Texas Roadhouse. I mean, talk about relative strength. Look at what the overall market's done. Look at what this stock has done, right? And if I may, let's bring up a comparison chart, right? Always good to bring up comparison charts for things like this. So you've got the SPY is in pink. This chart is the Texas Roadhouse is in blue. Look at that move. Look at that move, right? See clear divergence here on this. See clear relative strength on this here. I'm guessing the stop is going to be somewhere around this level here. I like how this is all in percents now. That's beautiful that we moved that like that. You know, there's no set target on it. The set target is a close after a trigger the following Monday, of course, is how the back test is done on this. The back test forward test was done on this. So yeah, Texas Roadhouse looks like a nice nice chart right there. Let's move on to the next stock, and then I'll bring up what was actually written about these. But first, let's do it just by what I'm seeing here, and we'll compare notes from what was written up about these. So we've got MicroStrategies, Mr. Bitcoin himself. What the heck is his name? I can't think of his name right now. Forgive me. Not quite as relative strengthy, but you know, there's that bottom that happened here. It did not have this bottom out in 2022 October like a lot of other stocks did. You actually saw it test the bottom of June of last year here at the beginning of this year, but an okay move overall. And let's look at the comparison chart here as compared with the SPY. If I can find it, where are you? Comparison chart. There we go. That's strange. There we go. I don't know why that loaded so strangely like that. So what I'd ask people to do is don't look at where the lines are in comparison to each other. Look at the move in the lines over time, right? So you can see here, this was in a downtrend. This was in a pretty big downtrend. We made a bounce. We made a bounce. We sold off. We sold off. We've ran sideways. We made a slight bounce from here to here and even more of a bounce from here to here. So there is relative strength in MicroStrategies. God, why can't I think of his name right now? Michael Saylor. Jesus, I couldn't think of it. Michael Saylor. So Mr. Bitcoin himself, Michael Saylor, and his company. All right, let's bring up the next one. So, we did Texas Roadhouse. I'm sorry. AGI. This is going to be silver and gold, right? We just happened to be talking about that. Look at this off those October lows. Look at that move in that off those October lows. Very, very nice. A lot of relative strength in that as compared to Z-SPY. This just doesn't like to load once I minimize it. Look at this in comparison to the market. Look at that performance, right? So I'm going to guess once again, probably somewhere down here would be our stop as a swing stop. Look at the divergence. Look at what the SPY has done recently. Look at what the stock has done recently, right? Not even in the same ballpark as far as strength going right now. So there you have it there, sports fans. And again, we're going to bring up what the, those that are only subscribed to the email of this would see, and those that are subscribed to the software would see the same thing as the email is, but in the swing channel. So I'll bring that up in a minute. ZTO, that's a Chinese stock, right? Yeah, Chinese. I believe it's some kind of airline or something like that, right? Yeah, express delivery. I believe it's through an airline mostly. Could be wrong. So big sell-off in that, and a big bounce in that. And again, let's bring up our comparison charts. ZTO. And so we can see here. pretty big move off that bottoming there. Meanwhile, the SPY making new lows relative to that since this time period here. And last but not least, I feel like there's one more stock we didn't cover. Is this FedEx? FedEx. Look at the relative strength in FedEx compared to the market off that bottom in October. Getting into some resistance levels up here, some notable resistance levels, but that's not what this algorithm is looking at. Algorithm just looks at bullish indicators, adds them up, gives them a weighting, spits out the stocks that look the best with that rating. And again, in comparison, Mike, see what's happening. Always too kind to me. So here we go. FedEx and the market both sold off. The market a little less than FedEx. FedEx really dipped here in October when we made that low on that wicked CPI print and the whole world was going to end, and then it didn't, and caught everybody off guard, I think, or caught most people off guard. Well, FedEx has gone to really go on a tear. Meanwhile, the SPY is done just slightly down since that big bottoming out happened, right? So all these stocks we looked at are relative in strength, or in relative strength compared to at least the S&P. I think that's a good indicator. I think the market's really starting to sell off here too right now. Very strong in comparison to all that. That doesn't mean that these stocks will just continue to go up, but we're trying to find, when everything else has been selling recently, what hasn't been selling. These are those items. Now that we've done that, let's open a, let me get a doc channel bar. Nope, that's not a doc channel bar. Let's try that again. Doc channel bar. Let me open up swing picks. I just want to do this to open up the this right here. So let's open this up here. And again, anybody with any other questions, please, fire those away. I'm just going to go into some in depth here, as this was asked, and nothing else has really been asked. So, anybody that wants this here, you're welcome to look at that. You have it in your doc channel bars. Let me see if I can share that out. No, I can't share that link in here, I don't think. Hold on. So I'm seeing if I can just share a direct link to it as well for anybody that wants it. There you go. So if anybody wants to open that up there, you're more than welcome to there. All right, so you go over this at your own leisure, but we were holding up well after the SVB breakdown, but stuck inside a range. Need to be cautious around the FOMC. Added new compare charts to the bottom. This gives a good picture of why the algorithm picks these names, which we just literally went over that. So this is all Mr. Michael Noss, who has gone over all that here. And you can clearly see your year-to-date outperformance. And we just saw those very clear, the outperformance on year-to-date on all these here. And we'll go back over those. So ZTO, let's bring that up again, ZTO. And, we can see the entry level is going to be a break on Friday. Put entry at 28. So high of 28 gets us in here, stops down at 25. So that's our swing stop. 30 might be a bit of a bear of a level for that, but there it is. So this is an active, this has gone active. There we can see that there. AGI, let's bring that back up. And this is about where I thought we'd see a stop level here. And so that's what we put, $10 stop level, 1142. So this has triggered. This is live. All right. Texas Roadhouse. TXR. Fun fact, I've never eaten at a Texas, and I've never ate at a Texas Roadhouse. I don't even think there's one near me. TXRH. It'd be good if I typed the whole symbol, right? That's always good. There you have it, sports fans. So this has got an entry of 107. This has gone live. It has taken quite a shot down. Put a stop at 100 down here. It's a pretty far stop. So I'd be, be aware of these things. Be aware of these things. That's all. How it fits into your risk plan or doesn't. Never blindly buy anything or sell anything for that matter. But there's Texas Roadhouse. Look, it ran right up into this resistance level. And let's see, what's the all-time high? 110. So not too far off all-time highs. This seems to be an area of resistance here. Of course, you've got the market just did this, right? So while these have relative strength over time, that doesn't mean that individual days won't be linked to the market as well. So I'd bear these kinds of things in mind. So there's your Texas Roadhouse. Let's look at FedEx, FDX. So FedEx just kind of fading on its own for the day here after that big gap up on Friday. Big gap up on big gap up on Friday with Thursday's earnings. Sorry, that's what I was kind of confusing myself. So it's got to stop. I mean, this is a kind of a, I don't know about that stop for me. 195 is that stop, but I get why it's chosen. It's just a really hefty stop with an entry so far up here for me. But this is what makes us individuals here, right? So, and again, you take a look here. Looks like we're getting almost stuffed around this level here on that gap up. So let's see what happens if that gap fills, doesn't fill. However, this has not gone live. Yes, it has gone live. Yes, it has gone live at 226. So technically it went live on the gap up. But remember, just because something gaps up over the entry price doesn't mean you just buy it on the gap up. The entry price is the entry price. If this thing gapped up to 228 and you bought it and it kept moving, the entry price was 226.06, not 228. So these are things to keep in mind on how the back test and the algorithm worked on this. And last but not least, Mr. Bitcoin himself, MSTR. And we got 274. So it has gone live. It has gone way under live. And $200 stop. So, I mean, this is kind of a wild stop here to me. But also, let's note this. This thing has moved almost $100 in a week plus, right? So, you can't have a $5 stop on a stock that can literally move $60 in a day. That won't make sense either. So keep in mind that some of these stocks, relative to the percentage this moves in a couple of days, are actually fairly on par. So, these are things that you got to keep in mind. So there you have it, sports fans. That's your swing picks right there. Things I would keep in mind. When I'm first looking, like I said, at a $200 stop with this kind of entry right there, I really wasn't looking at a chart doesn't do it justice. Look at the distance here. This thing, $200 to $300 in 2 weeks. $100 move in 2 weeks. How many stocks do you know making $100 moves in 2 weeks, right? So keep these things in mind on how you want to share size and risk and scale in and scale out and all those items. Glad you found that helpful. Excellent, excellent. So let me close that out. As the market sells off, look at KGC. Look at that move right here in comparison. Market 3 down 15-minute candles. KGC 3 up 15-minute candles, right? So a lot of relative strength in the precious metals right now. And that's why, as I've said before, I don't get gold. I don't get it. It doesn't mean I won't trade it. A chart's a chart, right? I don't need to get it for the chart to make any sense to me. SGML, who are you? Sigma Lithium. Huh. That's interesting. It's a Brazil stock. Not a small float, just around 100 million in that float. This thing is looking real strong right now. Not far off all-time highs. There's your all-time highs right here, right? That's interesting, right? That's very interesting, that flag. I think that this level will be a bit of a challenge for it here, but this is it's an interesting looking stock. And look, more precious metals, precious metals, precious metals, precious metals, precious metals, precious metals. I think that's a really big deal when you've got that many of one type of stock here on a relative strength, intraday relative strength scan. This is something to do with banking, I guess. IBIO is pharmaceutical. Not a lot that I could comment there. There's more precious metals. Par for the course. You are banking. Nope, you are energy. I don't see too many energy stocks coming through us these days. Again, anybody with questions, please fire those away for me. There's Man U. Is that still getting bought or something? Right? I don't know. Up 4.25% today. 90. It's good for 94 cents right now. Sorry, I just had to respond to a message. Speaking of Bitcoin a little bit here, there's Riot. I saw that this morning, kind of getting stuffed right around this level here, and price has memory, right? So not selling off quite like the market has sold off. 2.39 on that relative volume, so it's cooking along a little more than normal here. And plenty of liquidity with 18 mil there, nearly 19 mil traded at this point. So, definitely worth a look. Second bids for Man U. Oh, okay, interesting. With some of these runners, yeah, I'm not running into anything. I'm not going to chase anything. If something leaves the station without me, so be it. I've had it happen before. I'll have it happen plenty of other times. Right now, it's got to be a total A+ setup for me to go into anything. I'm looking at, AYU is something I'm probably looking at here. It's got really nice strength. Here are things that I'm looking at though, why I'm not running into anything. You got this gap right here it's trying to get into. And remember, a lot of these precious metal stocks are very big float stocks. They don't have, generally speaking, they don't have huge dynamic moves to one side or the other. So I feel like I can be patient and wait on some of these. What else am I looking at? This is Harmony, right? Gold mining. Yep, Harmony Gold Mining. Yep. So here's another one. Again, I'm looking at these things. They've made nice runs. They're strong to the market. They're running into some resistance, some of these. But I'm going to keep an eye. I'm going to be watching these. PAAS. This is one that actually can have some more dynamic moves than some of the other precious metal stocks here. And again, look at this here. Now this one, a little nicer because I'd more look at this level and that we've kind of busted through that. Of course, you can't, I'm not going to get hung up on every one of these, but $18 seems to be a little bit of a challenge for that there. But through 18 and, you're towards 19 after that. This looks like it was resistance. Oops, that's a terribly drawn line. This looks like it was resistance. And even though it didn't quite touch there, I think price still remembered it. And there and there. And it popped through it, popped back under it. fighting with it and through it again. So, I think that this level here, that 1750 is a pretty significant level. Part of me almost wants to take a shot at it in anticipation of an 18 break with the 1750 or maybe 1745 stop. Not going to do it right now, but I am highly considering that position right now for a longer term, not a day trade. SRPT, isn't that like something therapeutics? It's a therapeutics company, right? Yes, Sarepta. I want to see this really hold above that level. I don't know if you're thinking intraday or longer term, but I mean, look, this thing made a $7 move. You had this big gap down and then a $7, almost $8 recovery off that gap down. So, it's a pretty big range as far as I'm concerned. If you're looking to day trade it, are you using that 120 level as your stop, or using this level here at 125 as a stop? That's 124.75 as a stop. That's a more reasonable number. If it's a day trade, the swing trade, then that 120 number I think bodes well. Holding well relative to the market. It's higher price than a stock I normally like to trade, but I don't know why it gapped down. I guess why it gapped down on a day trade, I would care less why it gapped down. If it's a swing trade, I care why it gapped down. We could see earnings are behind it here. So whatever earnings was, the reaction was positive and stayed positive. In fact, as it came down here and tested the bottom of that gap, it bounced off that right up until whatever happened on Friday that got it gapping down. So those are things I would push people towards. Look at why it gapped down on that news if it's a swing trade. If not, if it's a day trade, is this your line for a stop? Is this your line for a stop? Obviously, only the overhead resistance from today is your resistance as far as a day trade goes to move into the void here. So those are the things I would point to as considerations for why you may or may not look at this as a swing and or day trade. So it's there's nothing negative I'd say about it. There's nothing out of line and, too much resistance here, or, you're doing a little more than normal volume. You've got enough liquidity to be involved in it. You've got some defined levels, I feel, for both sets of swing and day trades here. Airy. Solars were strong earlier. Airy always kind of trades around with the solars. Semis and solars, Airy kind of trades around. So, nope. That big topping shadow here, I'm not sure what that was all about. I'd say, not necessarily relative strength, but if the market bounces, this thing has held this level now. You can see, price, again, with memory here, came down and touched it here, and has touched it again. So it's banging on this again. Market gets weak below here, look out. Market kind of stays where it is, and this can catch a bid. You got that. You've got earnings coming tomorrow. So this is something, I'd put this on the radar for tomorrow for anybody looking for a day trade for tomorrow. You got earnings post-market tomorrow. Well, I'd say put it on the radar for Wednesday. Put it on the radar for Wednesday because I mean, not that you can't trade it tomorrow, obviously, but obviously price is going to be a little more volatile on Wednesday than tomorrow, or at least I would suspect that it would be given that the earnings aren't till post-market tomorrow and they're not pre-market tomorrow. Just my 2 cents anyways. So, anywho, that's that in a nutshell. What else? What else? What else? That's all I got. I was looking at this earlier today. RUN, another stock that was, tied with solars and semiconductors. I couldn't get through this 18 level. And again, this is why I'm not running after anything. This looks a little more tied to the market than anything else. It's in a terrible downtrend, but I was just looking at a day trade, looking to see if I can get a pop up through 18 and a run towards 19. Obviously did not happen. I don't anticipate it will, but I left the price alert there. Anything is possible, as the saying goes. But awful downtrend, absolutely awful downtrend on this. Nothing long term that I see here. But it's a very not a very volatile stock, but it's a stock that has good range on it, and it's always very liquid. 5.5 mil shares traded, and we're only doing just over what it's normally doing for volume here. So stocks like that, you find the right side of a move on a whole number break like that. You find yourself with a nice trade to set yourself up for the week, but didn't happen, hasn't materialized. Not looking for it to. Again, look, precious metals. A lot of precious metals right now. And haven't brought it over, but let's, here's sector analysis list that I got going on. So there's oil sitting towards the top of it, but gold, steel, gold, silver. Is this dealer brokers? Yeah, dealer brokers. Interesting. There's lithium. So, on a day where the market's kind of, slight gap up, move up, giving most of that back now. Still a lot of green on this board here. Still. XOP. Boy, energy has hit a real downtrend now. You had this move leading into June of last year, big sell-off, move back up, and just couldn't do it. So, we'll see. It certainly doesn't look like there's much going for energy right now. Again, here's the solars. So, solar's really beat up, and that was, ARRY and RUN, very similar look here. Those charts probably actually look, well, ARRY probably looks more in line with tan. Run looks less in line with tan. So, anywho's, CRBP. I feel like I saw that. Yeah, CRBP. It's been on this here, pharmaceutical stock. Relative volume's kicking at 6.5 times, basically. Only 700,000 shares traded on the day, so not a lot of liquidity. Big downtrend, but it's a day trading vehicle, I would call it. A lot of volume here coming out of the earnings, but I don't think that volume is related to earnings. Probably some kind of news. I don't know, FDA or whoever does the news for these guys. Big move, kind of held off that big, indecision day, top and shadow. Not quite a Harami. Definitely not a doji on Thursday there, or on Friday there. Excuse me. This is Thursday. That big move was Friday. Here's today. So certainly worth noting. A lot of range. It could, see what it could do here. I'm gonna throw a price alert there. It's I hadn't really paid a lot of attention to that chart. Thanks for bringing it to my attention. I just, when I see a stock that doesn't have a ton of volume in it like that, a ton of liquidity on the day traded, and it's a 4 million share stock, be careful, because you've got people that could be watching this thing and just waiting to see a few people come in and bidding it up and then slam it with some huge short orders. You do not want to be caught on that. But, look, it has no intraday resistance right now. Its intraday resistance is its current candle, right? So where are your resistance levels? $7 and then $7.70, give or take, $7.65. So this thing, it could do it. It could do it. 4 million shares on that float. But just know that this is not one of those stocks where you take a position and then go make yourself a sandwich or run to the bathroom or whatever, whatever extracurricular activities you might be doing around your home. Absolutely not. AMBI waiting for me to take a bite? I don't think so. Is it though? AMBI? There it is on the... Yeah, no. It's going to be a no for me, dog. It's not as big of a range as I thought. $4, $12, up $4. Set a price alert. What the heck? What the heck, Mike C? Why not, right? All kidding aside, so, plenty of liquidity, plenty of volume. But we can see here this 1350 level without a question is going to be a bear for it. Above that 1350 level, though, I mean, where are you looking at? 18, are you to the top of this body at 1640, to the top of this shadow at 1829? So it's an interesting look here. And we can see here on this 15-minute chart, every time price is caught this 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart, it's bounced off of that, right? So it's really painting itself into a corner right now, and it's going to have to resolve at some point. Does it have to resolve right away? No, absolutely not. It can continue to paint into a tighter and tighter corner before it decides, and it may not even decide. I suppose it could run sideways for the rest of the day, right? Yeah, no sandwiches for that. And if you're going in on any of those low float stocks, again, here's a low float stock, right? 5 million in that float. Now this one, you're less likely to run into an unscrupulous group slamming the door shut on this. And this is just going to be more pack mentality. And just for my personal opinion, for what it's worth, I could be completely wrong. It would not be the first time I'm wrong about anything. But what do I mean by pack mentality? On this, you've got enough traders that are interested in it that I think have moved this stock, that it's not going to be any one group of people. You're going to have these trading groups that are out there, whether they're friends or they're conspiring together or whatever you want to call it, trading rooms, whatever it is, that they're all like, all right, everybody's going in on the bid now, or everybody's going in on the ask now, or everybody's, shorting at this at the bid now, so on and so forth. When you have a low float stock that's more thinly traded, but is up in price, you're more likely to run into that than you are when you have a low float stock that's got a bit more liquidity to it. These are not hard and fast rules. This is just putting yourself in the shoes of what other traders are going to be thinking and other trading groups are thinking, or trading groups that exist could be thinking. So, no, you know what? This is a good look from Mike C there. Yeah, I set a price alert. I'm going to keep my eye on it here. What else? What else is happening out here in trader land? Again, still just a lot of precious metals here. Quadruple S. I haven't looked at that today. What is that? Closed end fund, whatever that means. I don't know. Gap up today. So I had earnings last week. So we're here on the 20th. Yeah. So earnings last week, a mute reaction from earnings, a big reaction today from whatever's going on there. So, not really interested in that, I'll be honest, but someone else might be for all I know. Pacific West, this is bank, right? Yeah. Pacific West Bank Corp. You got a lot of tomfoolery on these stocks here. So define some levels that mean anything to you. I think we could look here and say, if anybody's looking at this here, $12 is a big level, $14 is a big level. What do you think in between here? Not very liquid. 900,000 shares traded with a relative volume of 14. We've already talked SVM enough, I think. And I saw this coming through. This is like the Tesla of China, right? Right? Is that right? Design, manufacture electric vehicles. Yeah, this is Tesla of China. I mean, the daily chart looks like death slightly warmed over. Not even death slightly warmed over. Just looks like death. I mean, total death marks the stock looks like, because it's on. I don't know. Did it find a base down here? I don't know. I'm not looking at it long term, but again, 43 million shares traded on it, so you definitely don't have to worry about liquidity. And while it has a huge float on it, I don't know. This is one of those weird stocks. I mean, look at the range on this thing today already, right? With a 1.5 billion float on it. Anywho, good day trading vehicle. Looks a little market attached to me. I think it's going to be very attached to what the K-Web and or FXI are doing. So there's your K-Web. Taking a look at the K-Web. Yeah, I mean, pretty on par. Actually, the K-Web's daily chart looks much better than NIO's daily chart. Let's look at the FXI. This is your Chinese large cap index. Yeah, so the Chinese indexes that we could look at look better as far as daily charts go. But look, if these things catch a bid, then we'll see. We'll see on NIO. I wouldn't rule it out. BYD. Boyd Gaming. So casinos operate in Las Vegas. Yeah, headquartered in Las Vegas.
MV.
So yeah, BYD. If it gets above, very thinly traded, 200,000 shares on this, 300,000, just under 300,000 shares. So yeah, maybe have a bounce up to here. So AMBI sets off a price alert for me, and just kind of beating around this area here. Keep my eye. FLO, is this food and flowers or something? Yeah, flowers food. Yeah, I knew it. Hey, commercial bakeries. So I think they like frozen pies and cakes and stuff like that, right? Interesting here. So again, prior resistance and support, shaking hands. Look at all the price action here, then here and here, and didn't quite get it, but I think you get the point. And then became support here and support again. Only 900,000 shares traded on it, but worth noting, way away from earnings, not a small float, 200 million in that float, give or take. Interesting. I have no personal interest in it, but it's an interesting chart nonetheless to take a look at. Oh, there goes AMBI. So, really banging on that level up here. Really banging on it. Back down below 13 again. So this is why, these stocks, I'm just not going to run right into it. And the spread on this is less than ideal at points. Now it's 2 cents, but it was just up to like 30 cents a second ago. So there you go, 24, 26 cents. So you got to watch that spread if you're trying to go in at market on this thing. You don't want to get filled up here when, you could be getting filled down here or somewhere in between. Anywho, there you have it, sports fans. Keep my eye. There it goes. Bang, 14, just took out 14. So, these are the things, chance favoring the prepared mind, but I do not like taking trades while I'm live here like this. Too many moving parts for me. What a move. So Mike C. Darn good eye, Mike C. Darn good eye right there. Like it. I like it. What else? IRT. This is a real estate trust, no? Yep, real steel, really trust. Yep. This thing had quite a move for so long here for a few years, and then didn't. And nothing else here shaking. CPRX, this thing got hammered a few months ago, right? Yeah, look at that. It was in a great trend. I mean, beautiful grinding trend up for so long, and then bang, I don't know what happened there. Obviously news. Now it's getting stuffed here on this level. Right. Any questions? Please fire those away. BY. Using the Alpha Predator scan. Very nice. So here's AMBI just hanging around that 14 level, ran all the way up to 15. Wow. Exactly where it hit. So 1490 it ran right up to. And, here we go again with the market, right? So kind of grind and sloppy up, sell off. Trying to grind sloppy up again, right? Like I said, you want your stocks, at least if you're day trading, to really be alpha to the market. Other than if you're looking for longer term relative strength swing positions. I got a few stocks that I'd had on my like list. Let's get rid of those. Zeta, I think that is all over after the earnings. Yext, Y-E-X-T, another one. I think that's all over after earnings. At least for me it is. Can you please populate on the chart properly? There you go. RELY. I'm going to leave that on here. Not a lot of liquidity on it. My like list is more for some swing ideas that I like to put up there. INDI, something I'm thinking about swing idea wise. Semiconductor here. Yeah, I like that chart. Just need it above that $11 level. It could really get cooking here. So looking there. DMLP. I believe this was in. Yeah, this is a dividend stock that I was looking at here. Same with BBDC, another dividend stock that I've been looking at. A lot of these are going to be dividend stocks that I've been looking at. MPW is a dividend stock. RC is a dividend stock. And NRT is a dividend stock. They all pay high percentage on their yields. ARB is another one. I keep saying every day I'm going to pull the trigger on this to add it to my dividend portfolio, but haven't yet. So CRBP, as mentioned before, still kind of struggling around that prior high date. There it goes. I'm trying to make a move right there. Again, small float, but, we take anticipation of that 7 break. Maybe using the prior 15-minute candles low, using a rising 8 EMA low, or rising 8 EMA as a stop. A few different ways that this could work. Again, any with questions, throw them at me.
Yeah, I have a question.
Well, I think I hear Barry. Hold on, I wasn't ready for you. There you are. Okay. You're coming really early.
Well, I have a question, Chris, because I looked up tomfoolery in Investopedia and I couldn't see it.
You have to have
I don't know.
you have to have the Investopedia special link.
I guess Investopedia / Chris Varley.
I use that in lieu of some of the other colorful language I might
Yes,
use.
yes. Yeah, we have delicate ears in the room.
Exactly. We
could
got to
anyway.
keep this PG-13 for everybody, right?
Exactly. And nothing wrong with that either.
No, I don't think so
Nothing
either.
wrong with that either.
No,
I always say if you can't express yourself without having to swear, there's something wrong with you.
Yes. I don't get me wrong. I like to swear. But I pick and choose when I do it. For example, I never swear around my daughter. Ever.
Exactly. Good for you. You got to know your audience.
That's exactly it. She's aware of all the words and all that. She's more than welcome to use them when she feels like it. Just don't do it in school where I have to pretend like I cared that you use them.
How about some swearing in Spanish?
She's got a good teacher. My ex-mother-in-law taught me all the bad words I know in Spanish going to all the soccer games when I used to live down there. So she's aware of them.
She's aware of them.
And her mother
anyway,
a lot too. So.
Back to boy, the banks. I just as I was taking my break, I was telling. Unfortunately, FRC dried up in terms of the shares available at Interactive Brokers because I was wanting to take that one when it broke down through the low of I think 5 days ago. So that's whatever that number was. I think it was 17 something or other. And I had an alert set here. Well, here you can't see my screen, of course. 1753, and I was all set to take it, and boom, no shorts available, and there had been shorts. I was able to get it NYCB, very, very. Nowhere near as percentage move, but at least it was a little bit of a move down. Again, it's funny, Chris. I've got KRE up instead of the SPY. And I'll keep that up, for a while until the banks stop doing all their tomfooleries.
Yeah, exactly. Till they stop bleeding.
Exactly, because that's the action. I mean, there's no question. That's where all the action is. So
I'm watching this VKTX right now.
VKTX.
2.3 relative volume. It was just now dropped 0.1, but 2 million shares traded and. Look at that bottoming shadow going on the daily chart right now, and look how well it's held up over the last couple of weeks. That's got my eye.
Where is it? Lifetime. Okay.
Way off lifetime.
Yeah. Pharmaceutical. I want to bring up a monthly chart just to see where this one had been.
You got to go back to November of 2018 to find anything on the daily chart. I'm guessing the monthly chart's going to look similar.
Yeah, the monthly. Yeah, exactly. You've got to go back to September, October of November 18th. Hit a high of $24 or so.
Yeah.
And so it's when you look at the monthly chart, it's got the room. It's got the room. Yeah, to if it wants to keep going.
I've traded it a dozen times in the last 2 months, so it's one of those stocks that's been kind to me.
Oh, okay. Good. Good. I'm glad there's something that's been kind to you.
All the angry emails I get. And this AMBI.
Yeah. I actually traded that one really early. It was about a 5-second trade.
Yeah. It's really jumpy. The spread's 23 cents right now on it. So
I heard you guys talking about it, and Mike C, I know, was talking about it.
And,
And how about that Sarepta? I've been talking about. I'm not in it. I always like to point, just because I don't want to take a trade doesn't mean I won't point it out.
Someone else had mentioned it before, and I said it's above what I normally like to trade for prices, but holding above that 127, that's quite a void for it to fill, and it's obviously it wasn't the earnings that made it gap down, so it must have been, I don't know, it was an offering or something maybe.
No, no, what it was is okay, when you see the big gap up of
Yeah.
okay, so that was on some very positive news, but then the
Yep.
FDA on Friday came out and said, "You know
Um.
what? We want to maybe talk to you a little bit more about this stuff."
Yep.
And so that just absolutely caused it to crater. That doesn't mean it's over. I mean, it doesn't
Right.
mean that they're going to say, forget about it, pack up, you're no
Mm-hmm.
longer a company. But so I've no, I've been talking about it all day,
Yeah, it's
talking
got a
for
great risk
people who,
reward scenario
yeah,
here.
exactly. Exactly. When you look left, of course,
Yep.
but again, for all the reasons why I got knocked down on Friday, they're still there until
Right.
they're not. And
Exactly.
until the FDA says, you know what? Okay, you guys are good to go. And if that happens, it'll pop right back up to 150
Yeah,
more than
that
likely.
does not mean you can't be looking at it for a day trade.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, it's really and yeah, it's out of the price range I like to trade also, but
Yeah.
I always like to point out certain things, or you got to be for everybody, Chris, not just for. I know you just like the stocks that are under 1 cent. I know that, but
Yes. You know
I'm
me, the
always
ultra penny stock
I'm
trader.
always amazed when I see people take, yes, I took this 0.00001 stock. I bought 1 trillion shares, and I made, I mean, it's just insane.
Yeah.
I don't know how these people do it.
I'm with you on that. Just not my cup of tea.
Mm-mm. Anyway, well, if you want to take off now,
Alrighty.
I will give you
I guess I'll do that. I've got the
the.
ever so important meeting with David and the other guys in a few moments here. So
All right. Well,
and
you let me
myself.
know how
So
that goes.
you know I will.
Okay, let me take
All right,
over this
everybody.
screen.
Thanks,
Okay,
Barry. I
bye.
will
Thanks,
talk to
Chris.
you soon. And thanks, everybody, for hanging out. We'll catch you on the flip side. Take care. I'll wait for you to get the screen. You got it. All right.
Done.
Adios, everyone.
Okay. All right, guys. I am now back in. Now, just as I was leaving, I was just talking to Chris in the YouTube room before I joined the other two rooms. So I was not able to take advantage, as somebody pointed out. The shorts dried up, unfortunately for FRC. I'm almost 100% sure they were available earlier, but anyway, they dried up for FRC. As I was mentioning, if this took out that 1753 mark, I would be very interested in, my goodness, what did it get down to? 12, 10 something. So the only one I was really able to, even the WAL, I couldn't take advantage of because it moved too quickly. So you probably heard me talking about the NYCB though earlier, and I said, you know what, just do it, and it gave me a little bit. I mean, nothing spectacular. I was all about that taking out the VWAP, and once KRE start to giving me that green bar or that red bar there, that kind of got me into it. So made a little bit on the NYCB, but obviously, unfortunately, not able to take advantage of that huge move down for the FRC. Now, of course, it's had a huge move up percentage wise, coming off 10 all the way back up to 16. So as I said, in the afternoon, we're 1 o'clock now. Afternoon can really give us some really good movers. And I was talking about the Sarepta, Chris. I mean, I'm not in this one, but I like to point out opportunities for people just because I don't want to trade this one because of the price range. It might look interesting to others. And I mean, I keep saying, I mean, look at this potential little bit of a void fill, but you have to always understand why it moved down on Friday. It was an FDA issue. And so, I probably would not swing this just because you just don't know what the FDA could come out with again. I mean, it could come out and say, you know what we said on Friday, forget about it. And it could go right back up to 150. Or they could say, Yeah, we still have some really serious questions, and it could, crater to 100. So I would personally not be swinging this one, but certainly as an intraday trade. I mean, the low was what, 123, so it's $6. But even if you waited for the break of the high of Friday, which was 125, that's a $4 move so far. This tallow looks sort of interesting. Hmm, maybe not. Now the AMBI, I'm just going to stick on alert at the high of the day. And, I mean, it's around $15. If it takes it out near the end of the day or at some point, I mean, lots of traders are looking at this 1829 looking left. If I took it, it wouldn't be very many shares because, you got to put a pretty wide stop in, but it has the chance, of course, of moving multiple dollars. When is the Fed day this week? Good question. Usually but they usually around, well, yeah, I don't know. I was going to say midweek. I was going to say Wednesday, but so Ori says it's Wednesday. Okay. Sometimes they do it on a Tuesday, but okay. Well, I didn't miss it, William. I just couldn't take advantage of it. I actually hadn't left my computer. I was just taking a break off the mic, but so all right, guys. So I'm at nothing right now. Just kind of watching some of my thumbnail charts. Of course, I've got the FRC. I've got the wall, WAL. Wall maybe again getting. I mean, you really have to follow now. I mean, it is completely following KRE right now anyway. VWAP is up here at 31.71, so it's got about $1 to the VWAP. Yeah, what is it? 75%? Think 25 basis point, 25% say zero. That's sort of the hard to believe they'll do 50. So I think the market is building in a 25 basis point. I think lift or raise. All right, guys. So I'm just kind of looking at how about SBEV. That's a cheap one. SBEV showing up on the momentum scan. SBEV. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 219, but two to me two is too close, so I have to take a pass. SBEV, 30 million in the float, so it's not a high float. Again, trading like it's got 2 million in the float. Look at this FRC. So it's all the way down to what, 11 something? 1152. Pops right back up to 17-ish. Meanwhile, FSCR, I think it's still hanging in there, isn't it? Yeah, it's still kind of hanging in there. Still above the VWAP, 249, still above the VWAP. Now, look at this one, guys. Planet Labs, PL. Yeah, PL, all-time low now. PL, all-time low. See if there's any specific news on it. Earnings on the 29th at the end of the month. But PL, lifetime low. Doug, this thing is slugs. Doug, on the way up. I don't know if I've ever seen this one. Ooh, there's the Ambi. Shoot. Is it how did it? I was hoping it would be later on in the day, but Ambi, I mean, again, guys, this is awfully, awfully risky. Yeah, here's our float information now, 5.5 million. Back to Doug. So the real estate broker, so call it the financial sector. Yeah, not trading very much. It's just showing up on my momentum scan. That's all. That's why I'm taking a look at it. Other than that, I wouldn't look at it. Beyond Meat, BYND making a new low, I think. Yeah, next low looking left looks like around 15. If it takes out 15, the next low underneath is 14 for Beyond Meat, BYND. Yeah, I kind of like the sear, but the problem is, even if it takes out the VWAP at 2470, is the sear, CERE. Looks like there's a ton of resistance right around 25, so it may just get blocked right there. Is Azul having a merger? If I can recall, but let's take a look. Why do you say that? Why do you think that? Yeah, I don't see that it's looking at a merger, but just looking at some headlines, I don't see any rumor of a merger with for AZUL. I don't see any. A great reaction from its earnings play right here, and a great 5 day run before it pulled back a little bit. No, not me. Not me. Not Azul anyway. Okay, I'm trying to remember anything that I talked about as a potential merger in the pre-market. I can't remember. It definitely was not a AZUL. Might have been something else, but I'm just looking at my notes. I don't see. You're not talking about the banks, bank buyouts, and all that. But no, I don't know of any merger. LFCR. Wow. Well, okay. Well, I don't have anything written down here, Mac, as far as a potential merger. Well, anything is a potential, but it's so weak. I mean, it's an all-time low. I mean, what like a reversal to the VWAP? I mean, there 365 is the VWAP. That's not that much room. But I mean, this is an all-time low. I usually don't, especially later on in the day. Sometimes you'll get these things that are all-time lows, and they might have a bit of a pop. But I mean, if you're talking about a mean reversion to the VWAP, that's not that much room. Like only a dime. So to me, something that is so weak, that's an all-time low, my opinion, anyway. I don't see any specific news on it today. All right, let me take a look at some of these ones that won races, see if there's anything interesting happening. See, here's the problem I have with Goss. I mean, it looks pretty interesting. GOSS looks really interesting. It's above the VWAP and all that, but when you look left, not that far away is what I consider some pretty tough resistance. So I just can't bring myself to consider it. If we had a straight shot to 2, yeah, it'd be awesome, but I just don't see that, unfortunately. How's Duo doing? DUO. Yeah, choppy is yeah, very choppy. How about Ally Bank? All right. Well, I mean, it's challenging the VWAP. The VWAP is 2386, so it's just a little bit above the VWAP now. Actually has some room, to the highs here, 2455 or so. So, but it's, you've got to be watching KRE. I mean, it's a regional bank. So unless this keeps moving higher, this probably won't. Also, it's got to get through. Well, it is just sitting above the VWAP right now. And we have another halt for that, Azio, AZYO, or sorry, it just resumed. All right, guys, I think I'll do my video now. What time is it? 119, 120. So I should be back no later than 1:30. All right, so I'm muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, let's see if I can find anything from, especially the larger cap ones. I mean, let's see if there's anything happening here. Let's take a look at Fluor, FLR. It could be interesting. Take a look left. The next, it's through the 200-day moving average. Yeah, 3014 is in 200 days, so it's through the 200-day moving average. The next high looking left is 3047. You stick an alert there, then because the next high is 3150. I'm just going to stick an alert right there at the 200-day moving average, or sorry, the next high looking left, which is the 2 day ago high for FLR, and see if it can take that out. And it's under it's the VWAP is holding it. The VWAP and the 200-day moving average were virtually the same. Oh, just put your price alert at 3047 and see if it takes it out. Again, if it does take it out, doesn't mean you pile into the trade, but at least you're going to know about it and then see how it's trading. See if it's bases a little bit, get some volume coming in, because there is enough room to the next high looking left. So that's the Fleur, and that's how you can use the list, guys. Just because nothing is happening, you don't see Fleur anymore, maybe making a winning a race and all. Just click on the symbols and try to see if there's an interesting level that you and just put a price alert. Tech is another one, just over the VWAP. In fact, Tech and Fluor look almost identical. Another one that just breaking above the 200-day moving average. Identical in, breaking above the 200-day moving average, above the VWAP, has a little bit of room looking left. That's TECK. All right, some volume coming into this one, this LTRX, some volume coming in. The next high looking left is 429, maybe a little close. Oh, that's one reason. I've got my sound toggle off. Wasn't hearing anything new coming in. All right, well, look at this one, Acer. I remember this one. Yeah, I got absolutely hammered down to 66 cents, closed on Friday. It is trying to come back. And the next high looking left is 167. Reminds me a little bit of the LFCR, another stock that got hammered down. But this one now is actually above Friday's high. Low float, 17 million in the float. But this, yeah, it got hammered down because of a failure of a phase 2 study. So, I mean, all that is still, it's still here. Not like it's been wiped out. But it's just, people out there looking for their bottom fishing. All right, let me get the SPY up again, okay? Let's see how the overall market is doing. I mean, market's positive, yeah. Just looking here, I mean, you know, Dow has been positive in a big way all day. Nas has been, negative, not horribly negative, but now it's gone positive. Looking at Meta, I know Shady is talking about Meta before. Big pull up, drop. So this has been kind of choppy. Here's another one. They're just sitting on the VWAP, guys. SSSS, sitting on the VWAP. It's a financial in that sector. Wall, another 30 failure. Boy, I mean, when you look at this now, I know it's got some bottoming tails, but look at the recent topping tails for WAL on the 15-minute chart. Again, the buyers had it up to a certain price, sellers knock it down, buyers try again, sellers knock it down, buyers try again, sellers knock it down. At some point, one of them is going to give up. And right now, the sellers have been trying to convince the buyers not to buy this right now, just sell it. And that's the WAL. Ooh, I haven't seen DWAC for a long time, guys. For some reason, DWAC is, yeah, look at DWAC here. For some reason, DWAC is starting to pop a bit here. DWAC. And some volume coming in, DWAC. Why would that cause DWAC to pop though? Well, you mean get people talking in the platform, increase in volume in the platform, maybe, I guess. I can't believe it's going to happen, but Yeah, no, I understand that. I understand that that's where he tweets and all, but so yeah, I mean, sure, I guess if he, I can't believe he'll get arrested, but okay, I guess if he does, then that platform will explode. NVGS guys, okay, NVGS. Here's another one with a lot of fair amount of room to 14. If you sort of disregard these little areas, but oh, it's an earnings play. One of the very few. I did not see this in the pre-market. Why? It didn't do anything in the pre-market. Did not trade at all in the pre-market. NVGS did not trade at all in the pre-market. But now it's not trading much. I mean, it's four and a half, 4.4 times normal. It just doesn't trade very much through the 200-day moving average. No politics here at all. No, no, no. Only as it pertains to, okay, no politics at all. Well, no, we're only talking about why is DWAC going up? I mean, it makes sense that, yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, it's been in the news. I mean, there are possible arrests maybe, but I mean, and so why would that cause DWAC to go up? Well, I guess there'd be more and more posting. So politics is not, it's not so much political. It's okay. Why would that be moving? Well, there is a news event that could affect it. That's all. Okay. There's SRPT guys. DWAC is still just a SPAC. You're right. It is still just a SPAC. It is not, it has never been officially turned into whatever it was going to turn into. Okay. I mean, mildly. Okay. A daily diary from prison. If he, all right, guys, this NVGS, not very much volume though, but wow. I mean, it's got some room. Okay, guys, settle down. Okay. I mean, it was mildly amusing from him. That was all. Semi-political would be this. I won't name any names. This person should be in jail because of this. This person shouldn't be in jail because of that. Okay? That would be, or anything else. That would be the political. But how does it affect a stock? I don't find that political. That's just okay. Okay? Again, just kind of going through some of these to see if there's anything happening with some of these one that won races before. And the answer is really no. This is really slowing down now. CRBP. Okay, let's take a look at CRBP. Yeah, I mean, the next high looking left is 768, so I guess it's got some room. Yeah, I saw that, Jamie. Yeah, CRBP, so very low float. Yeah, I mean, I guess if it can just kind of base a little bit here, just a little pullback. Where's the V? Well over the VWAP. Now, some would wait for a pullback to the VWAP. I mean, that's the other issue. I mean, it's quite a bit of ways from the VWAP, but if it gets going, it's got some room to 770. Sorry, 765. Would you, Jamie? I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Yes, it is. Look at SRPT, guys. Another nice little break over 130. SRPT, not in it. Now, of course, CRBP has this history of some huge moves. I wouldn't call this a terrible day on Friday, but nerve-wracking. Gets as high as 767, as low as 513. Big topping tail, big bottoming tail. I don't know about nailing it, but I certainly thought it was worth watching. The Sarepta, just because of because of the void and the fact that it came off the lows and closed up here. So, all right, CRBP. So CRBP, I'm just waiting to see if it can hold 7. It's had a little wee pullback. Come on, we pull back. Let's see if it can hold 7. Bit of a spread issue. All right, guys, CRBP maybe getting ready. You know what's having a little bit of a lift is Wall, WAL, just a little bit of a lift, guys. In fact, not a little bit of a lift, it's having a lift. And if you look at it, you can see that I think it's taking out the highs of those topping tails on the 15-minute chart, right around here, trying to anyway. In fact, it's a big lift now. This is a big lift for Wall, WAL. Take a look at KRE. Yeah, it's kind of trading on its own a little bit. It's not like KRE is really accelerating upwards. Coming into the VWAP, another potential VWAP play, 3159 coming into it. I don't know this one at all. WIW. WIW. What? Oh, the Western no, sorry. WIW. Western Asset Inflation Linked Opportunities and Income Fund. Okay. I don't know what. I've never seen this symbol before, but it is moving down. Obviously, financial. Well, CRBP, the longer it holds over 7. All right, let's take a look at VWAC. So the next high looking left, wow, it's got some room. Does have some room. The next high looking left is 1417. So it does have some room. Where's the VWAP? Over the VWAP. Oh, look at Acer, guys. Acer on the move here. Acer, ACER, on the move. I'm just mentioning this one on that one break. And it's got, obviously, it's got a ton of room. 166 is the next high looking left. Must be a low float. I would think it's a low float. Any welcome? Sure. Welcome. User trade to make dollars. Welcome to the room. Nice to have you here. How's that for a welcome? Okay, Acer, 17 million in the float. So I mean, this has this can get pretty ridiculous if it wants to. I mean, it's relatively impressive that it took out Friday's high around $1, and maybe maybe tries to challenge that 160. I cannot believe it'll get up to 167 or anywhere close, but gets into the 120s. Volume is good. I mean, the volume is not dwindling. And the big volume push right there, the 115, 15-minute candle, 15-minute candle. The volume is still reasonable. I think this is the, I thought I got rid of this. I think this is the 130 period. Yeah, don't be shy. If you have any questions, ask away. Use your trade to make money or dollars. All right, WIW, what is the next low looking left? I mean, this could be a real sleeper. 897, 897, 894 on the weekly chart is the next low looking left. This could be a bit of a sleeper. WAL, I think, is really approaching that VWAP again, guys. Will this be a VWAP into it and drop down below it? 3159, 3159. You can see what it did. Will that stall it from moving higher? I mean, if it takes it out, I mean, it's got the room to 33, but it looks like it's stalling it. What about gold? Well, I'm not a gold. I don't follow gold so much. I mean, I know is it gold still over $2,000? I don't play commodities very much. Okay, the trade of the week though was a gold play, Newmont, NEM, and the trigger was 48.70. So it did trigger, but it's now below the trigger price. But if you're asking me where I think gold's going or anything like that, I'm an intraday trader. I don't really look at the macro. Things like gold and oil or anything like that. So somebody else though in the room may have a more informed opinion about gold, but actually I should say an opinion about gold. All right, there's the DWAC guys. The DWAC just made a new high. Made a new high. DWAC. It's the biggest move it's had in a long, well, on the positive side, in a long, long, long time. We have to go back to early February before we see a move like that. Maybe coming into that tough 14 mark. Take out. And this is shortable for me, so I'll be looking at a potential short op, perhaps. Yeah, we're in now 14 now, 14. Wow, this is really, really ripping now, guys. DWAC is really ripping here now. Over 14, barely. Next high looking left, 1430. Is that right? 1430, 1417 is the next high looking left. Volume coming in. Not huge volume, even not less than a million shares still, but just ripping here now. Wow. Well, so much for 14 holding it. I mean, this you would think this is going to some at some point this is going to turn into a short. I mean, you cannot just keep moving this high. Well, can anything's possible, but yeah, it is. Yeah, it's not going well. I remember. Yeah, I went to 170. Yeah, I mean, it's tricky. It certainly is tricky. Try to find the tops of these things. That are just absolutely exploding. Very tricky. It just made another new high. Deep. Oh man, made another new high. Wow. Not ready yet. Look at this, 15 now. 15 maybe for DWAC, DWAC. I mean, I'm looking at this daily chart. I mean, there looks like there's a lot of resistance around 15. I missed it. I missed. I missed it. I missed it. I missed it. I was looking at the 75 level, and I just now this would have been a scalp. Believe me, like something very quick, probably, or not. It's too bad. Well, let's take a look at rum then. Yeah, rumble. Looking the same, probably not quite the same yet. I mean, there's a topping tail. Next high looking left for rumble is 870. Let's even get a little higher before I really want to take a short of this one somehow. Let's see if we can get a little higher though, get closer to that high looking left. The high looking left that it took out was 817. As I say, it would have been a quick one. There are lots of shorts. Well, anyway, at Interactive Brokers, 400,000 shares available. But it is strong. You're absolutely right. It is extremely strong. Well, I mean, the next highs are up here, 1584. I no headline like that regarding the ex-president. So, wow. Oh man, I'm gonna look at rum now. Come on, trade. So, Tank, who is your broker? I thought you were, for some reason, I thought you were with Interactive Brokers, but I guess not. Oh, Schwab. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh boy, looking at this rum to short. Where's that 200-day move? Sorry, the VWAP, $8. Hmm. Well, it's just resting here right now. Rum is just resting here right now. What did it get up to? Got up to 832. You guys, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, guys, so Acer is back at it again. It gonna pull back to the $1 level, I believe. Acer, ACER. And now it popped up again. So, maybe that was a little pullback that was necessary. Yeah, I missed the boat on this one, on the DWAC. Azio on watch here. Okay, let's take a look at AZYO early on. Why? I'm just trying to think why. Why is this on watch now? I mean, it's holding the VWAP. That's about the best I can say for it. 159. Unless you're talking about shorting it. Boy, you know what? If Acer gets like a 112, 113 bid ask, I could get it running. Right now it's 108, 109. I mean, it's a low float. So 17 million in the float. So what did it get up to? Oh, that was the 15-minute. So yeah, 112. I have to stick an alert up here around 112. See if it gets a 112, 113 bid ask. And that might get me into it. I don't know about this Acer, guys. Stuck again. Some topping tails now. So well, I've got a price alert set. So if it happens, great. If not, I just won't be doing anything with it. Yeah, the CRBP did not. Maybe it had some hope that if it could hold the 710 level, but again, look at these topping tails. Buyers have been trying. Buyers have been trying to move it higher, but the sellers keep knocking it down a little bit. So it doesn't look like it's ready. Ugly. Wow. Look at yeah. Look at Bed Bath and Beyond. 78 cents. You know, we're joking. Well, I wasn't. Wedbush, I don't know how long ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. And I thought they were just trolling. They might be right. They put a price target of 10 cents on Bed Bath and Beyond. But by all means, there are people out there thinking this is, it's all because of the evil shorters that this has happened. Nothing to do with their business. Come on. Yeah, just difficult to predict the top though. I mean, I missed it. I would have made something on it if I got it where I wanted to. In this area here, and then it popped. So as I said, I looked at it as a scalp. But yes, now, and I'm just looking here, about 100,000 shares were taken. 100,000 shares from Interactive Brokers anyway, shorted in the last little bit. All right, guys, I'm actually waiting to see if it takes out 14 again. Maybe 1380 might get me into a short of this or so. The VWAP is 1409. Let's see if it gets rejected. And I'm talking about the DWAC. Just have to deal with his bottoming tail. What did it get down to? Got down to 1374. And the shorts are still being snapped up at Interactive Brokers. Okay, well, we're still looking at 14 on the DWAC. I'm just really interested if it can hold that underneath the VWAP. I'm sorry, DWAC, DWAC, VWAP. I'm just looking to see if it can keep holding under the VWAP, which is 1409. Looking. So sorry, guys. I'm just going to concentrate on this. Okay, I want to see if I can get a short on this one where I want it, and that's the DWAC. The issue right now is this big bottoming tail. I mean, the buyers have been definitely in charge for a bit now. Well, right now it's not giving me anything either way for DWAC. It's still sort of hovering around that VWAP area of 1409. Volume has decreased, of course. Makes sense because I had that big push up here. That was on a huge amount of volume. So in relation to that volume bar, it looks kind of puny, but still pretty good volume. All right, let's put a price alert underneath here around 1392 or so. See if it at least gets under 14 again. Oop, there we go. A little bit of a break underneath now, guys. IPDN off, maybe. I mean, I used to kind of trade with it. The other one was What was the other one? There was another real cheap one. I don't think it was the IPDN. I think it was another one that used to trade a little bit like with DWAC. Somebody will know. I think it started with a P. Pult? I think it was Pult. Was it PALT? Okay, guys. I mean, I'm my trigger is on DWAC. That's why I'm not changing the charts. I'm wanting to see if I can really take out 14. Boy, it's just every time it gets underneath 13, it just pops right back up over 14. Hmm. You mean LFCR, right? Okay, in caps, Kyle. It may not be dead. Let's take a look. I have a thumbnail so I can kind of look at it. Hmm. Okay, the DWAC is now starting to strengthen a little bit. Just at the VWAP is literally just at the VWAP, which is 1409. Oh, no, yeah, man, reality show at its best. Or okay, 1395, 1403, 1396, 1407. This is the bid ask I'm talking about with the DWAC. Just has to get, I think if it gets into the 1380s. Yeah, I don't see a lot of covering also, not at Interactive Brokers anyway, of the shorts. I'm just looking, 335,000 still available. So I'm not seeing a lot of covering yet at Interactive Brokers anyway. I don't speak for any other firm, of course, but yeah, it's still, yeah, okay, guys. So the VWAP held. Now it's starting to move above it. That bottoming tail. So we might be in for another pop here. All right, let me divert my attention to something else. Well, I'll still put an alert down here. I still have an alert down here around 1380. for DWAC just in case. But now we're dealing with a big topping tail, a pretty big bottoming tail, so kind of in no man's land. So let's take a look at LCFR, or sorry, LFCR. Let's take a look at it, see what's happening with it. Yeah, you're right. It may not be over. I mean, it's definitely hanging tough. And the high, looking left, is still 352. Okay, guys. Actually, I'm kind of well, first of all, are there shorts available? No shorts. I was eyeballing the FRC for a 14 break, but there's no shorts available right now at Interactive Brokers. So I have to just forget about that. And let me get this chart up. LFCR. Yeah, so we need some volume. Some volume to come in, I guess. Oh, this is just sitting. Look at this one. SSSS just sitting on the VWAP. Been sitting on the VWAP for almost an hour and a half. Okay, Path, PATH had earnings. Yeah, I think this is the earnings reaction. Yeah, so that was the earnings reaction on the 16th for Path. Big pop up, but a topping tail, bottoming tail. The next day kind of rested. Now here we are Monday. So trying to drift down. But another one, look at that, right at the VWAP, 1642. So many VWAP plays right now. Things sitting right at the VWAP. Okay, guys, this KRE putting in maybe a significant red bar again. Well, I can't short FRC, none available, but WAL, of course, this is trading like a low float stock, even though it's got 100 million. Oh man, these poor people who got roped into buying this UI. It's not that long. I mean, it's February, early February. It's not that long ago, a month and a half, when up to $7, 80 cents now. Okay, DHY. What is this one doing? DHY, probably close to the VWAP. But here's Teva, guys. Yeah, close to the VWAP. Teva, TEVA. Ah, man, Tiva's got some room. I mean, $9, 909 is the 200-day moving average. Yeah, easier. Forget it. Still have an eye on, well, I don't really have an eye on it. I have a price alert on AMBI, in case it just takes out that high of the day, which is 14, 15 or so. Later on, accelerates, booms right through it. If that happens, the next high is 1829. So I do have, in fact, I better reset it. I guess it did briefly take it out. Sometimes these at the end of the day, they can get really running again. All right, guys. Well, things you can just even see. Look at the VWAP on a lot of these. They're just is just flatlining, just flatlining. And again, what does that mean? It means most of the action is right where the VWAP is, and that everything is just flatlining. Okay, so a question. Finally, a question. So, a question in our YouTube room: when I start my system before going to bed, How do I make the pre-market race automatically turn on when the pre-market opens? When I start my system before going to bed. You shouldn't do that. I think I see what should really, you should turn your system off and open it in the morning. Okay. I know what you're trying to do, but a recommendation is always turning trade ideas off and opening it in the morning. Okay. So can't, I'm not saying, I mean, if you want, I mean, all you have to do, but I'm just telling you, you may run into like some data issues. We find this many, many times. People leave leave trade ideas open, weeks at a time. But let me just show you what you can do. I mean, if you're bound and determined, I don't recommend it, but this is what you can do. Let me just duplicate this. Nah, I didn't want to duplicate it there. Sorry. Okay. Okay, I just wanted to duplicate it outside, duplicate it into a free floating window. Okay, so this is what you can do. I don't recommend it. Okay, I don't recommend it, but so in the options, when you show the race setup, okay, auto started time. Okay, so if you can see the auto started time, just put 4 a.m. Whatever time zone you're in, okay? 4 a.m. Eastern time is when we start getting our data. So you could put 4 a.m. right there. Okay? But depends on your time zone. Obviously, you'd have to make an adjustment depending on your time zone. Whatever in the market starts at your time zone, just put it right there and just click auto start at time and it'll start. Okay? But if you run into exactly, make the start time and whatever, make the start time. Yeah, the auto started time, check that, auto started time, and make that time whenever, yeah, whatever that is in mountain time. Okay, sounds like that should be 6 a.m. your time, maybe. Whenever we start getting our data at 4 a.m. Okay, 4 a.m. Eastern time. That's when we start getting our data at 4 a.m. Eastern time. Ooh, DWAC, yes. Okay. No, if you check auto start at time, okay? Auto start at time. Do you see that right beside the time? So it's going to automatically start at whatever time you tell it to. Can you see my screen? So if you leave your computer on overnight and you check auto start at time and whatever time you put in there, that's when it's going to start. Okay? So you don't have to press the play. Just lousy trader, please. You shouldn't call yourself that anyway, but let me know. Can you see where it says auto start at time? Okay, good. That's all you have to do. Then it'll automatically start at whatever time you've told it to. Well, I don't know about the best time, Luis, but I mean, stocks, general rule of thumb, over VWAP, strong stock, under VWAP, short, weak stock. I mean, that's just a very, general statement, of course. More things go into it, but I mean, then I'd be paying attention, on a break underneath the VWAP for sure. Doesn't mean you pile into the trade though. Look left. What do you see? In general, what do you see? Where's the next? Where could it go to before it hits any sort of support area? Things like that. It's almost like the second break of the VWAP was gold for DWAC. Yeah, guys, I'll be right back. I was just going to say that about the VWAP. I mean, there's the VWAP for EMAN, not that far away, really, 188. So, 11 cents away, 10 cents away. I wait to see if it pulled back to it. And who knows, maybe it'll bounce off it. But if it broke down through it, yeah, I mean, then there's, the low of today was 165. Right now, I don't see a big advantage to short this thing right now. If anything, I mean, if it if it gets some volume again, it could pop right through too. Where is the next high looking left? Okay, did this start trading as E-man here? It must have changed. Oh, no, wrong. Next high looking left is 268 for E-man on the weekly chart, 268. So I mean, there's no look. I mean, if this holds and all of a sudden you get some volume and it pops through too, it could have it could keep having a run. Wow, 250 already, guys. Okay, de-whack, get whacked, de-whack. If you're in this short, guys, your next level is 1340 to be aware of. That's the low of that 15-minute candle, in my opinion, anyway. Acer is a mess. Forget about Acer, guys. It just broke down underneath $1. So forget about Acer. It broke down through $1. Okay, guys. So before I do take my no, not my break, I'll go on mute until about 3:20. I'm still here. So if you have any questions, feel free. Don't be shy. Ask questions. Just want to talk about my home pages briefly. Promo code is still alive. I don't know for how much longer. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. It'll be at the top here. So scroll down. There's a promo code you can use. Okay, and I don't know how much longer it's going to be available. Addy 25 for 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. At least till 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Okay. Now again, if you click on the Get Trade Ideas, you will see another promo code. Don't use that one. I can give you a better one. Obviously, use Patty 25. Okay. Do the Get Started. You do take out a subscription. You must do the Get Started. Take you about 30 minutes to do the 10 videos. If you're new to trading, we've got a great course for you, Trading 101. Do a daily stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week, it did trigger. It is Newmont. It's a gold play. And it triggered. Let's see where it is in relation to the trigger. The trigger was 48.70. So I guess it did trigger on that first 15-minute candle, briefly got above it. How you trade these, excuse me, is up to you, of course. And the big education section is right here. And then my scans. Here are all the scans that I am sharing right now. The two races that you see are right here, the two races, and then the breakouts and the breakdowns. No big action today, really. I mean, sort of getting spoiled, The last few weeks, we've had just tremendous runs in some of these. There's not a lot of action today. There's the halt resumes that you can see. And this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. So if you take out a subscription, please use my homepage link. Then you can use my promo code. And also, if you save my homepage, then you can have access to all my scans and that education section. Okay. And I shall put myself on mute now. I am here, not going anywhere. So if you have a question, please ask. Don't be shy. Okay. Shoot, you remember this one, this SRG? Now I tried to short this one earlier, and I couldn't get it because of the uptick rule. Kind of forgot about it. Remember I said it could get really sneaky? And look what it's done. I mean, nothing earth-shattering, but the alert was at 777 at 10:20. Now it's at 750, got all the way down to 740. That's a 30-cent drop on a $7 stock. And I don't know where it's going from here. And again, the reason that it's so attractive looking is when you look left on the weekly chart and look at the room it's got to hit that next low on the weekly chart. But I could not get it because of the uptick rule. And I see some of these FRCs, all these different designations are going crazy again. All right, back on mute. Well, the question is CS a good bounce play? Well, I mean, you know the story. I mean, they're being bought by US UBS. I mean, they're basically, I don't know when the bounce is going to when the I don't know when that's going to actually be in effect, but I wouldn't be touching it. I wouldn't be touching it. I mean, listen, anything can have a bounce, I suppose, but I wouldn't be touching this thing. This will be disappearing at who knows when. But even UBS is getting so the S&P revises outlook on UBS a negative after it agrees to take over Credit Suisse. When that happens, I don't know. I don't know. Is there an official date when it's happening? I don't know. Well, when it's taken over, sure, it'll cease being a company. Yes, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Wanting to know is CS a good bounce? Yeah, I mean, well, once it's bought out, it doesn't trade anymore. Yeah, it's not. Credit Suisse will disappear. I wouldn't be touching it, okay? But I always hate saying something like that, and then tomorrow you wake up and it's $1.50. So, but it's not anything I'd be looking at. Well, I don't know about this one. This is Quest Corporation. Okay. 6.5% notes due 2056. Lifetime, almost a lifetime low for CTBB. And it's showing up in my momentum down scan. That's why I'm clicking on it. Almost a lifetime low. Yeah, I mean, you can trade it as a stock, but I don't know what this really does. Okay, guys, back on mute. Oh, man, that FRC, guys, if you had shorts, man, this is just, it wouldn't surprise me. It takes up the low. So much negative sentiment about this one right now. There's the low right down here, 1148. Keep an eye on the ambi, guys. Just keep an eye on the ambi. Could have one of those late day and then after hours run. The AMBI. Highly risky. There it is. The high is around just around 15. And we know how quickly this thing can run if it wants to. That is the AMBI. It's another one in a lifetime low. This stupid I shouldn't call it stupid. GETY NFT play. GETY, a lifetime low now for Getty. All right, guys, here we go. Here goes the ambi. Do I see a double bottom on TENX? Well, I'll take a look. Well, it's bottoming a lot at that 46 cent level. I don't know about a double bottom. Low of 45, low of 47, low of 47, low of 47, low of 40. I mean, there's a bunch of lows at right around 47. So I don't know. I mean, that might be a support area. I wouldn't even look at it as at a double bottom. I mean, just look at the daily chart and look how many times it, got down to that 47 level and held. Unmute, guys. All right, guys, I am going to shut her down now. Thanks for all the help today, as usual. And I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, 9 o'clock on the mic. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And now that goes the same for the YouTubers. Have a great evening, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.